Thank you. Thank Oui.
Je vais recommencer avec une petite introduction avant. Devant ou au milieu sera facile.
Ah, je vais pas pouvoir m'asseoir. Non, mais il n'y a pas de souci.
Je peux essayer de le mettre en votre
Non, non.
Dear everyone, welcome to the second day of the PGD Conference, and thank you very much for your presence. Those who were here yesterday, thank you again for coming back. And our managing director is unfortunately not present here today, so I am welcoming you all on his behalf and everyone from the organizing team who have worked very hard to make this happen. Our company has been in Mauritius for around 2 decades, and we started with a brand name Chester Rock that maybe a few of you will still remember. We then became Mundacom, Prodigious, and finally Publicis Global Delivery. We have been part of the Publicis Groupe for a very long time, since the Mundacom era. Publicis is a multinational advertising and public relations company headquartered in Paris. It is one of the largest marketing and communications companies in the world, with about 100,000 people working across various agencies in the group. Agencies in our group include Leo Burnett, Saatchi & Saatchi, Publicis Worldwide, Digitas, Starcom, Zenith, Sapient, Prodigious, and of course, Publicis Global Delivery. Publicis Global Delivery itself has around 5,000 collaborators across Latin America, India, and Mauritius. I personally joined the company in 2007 when it was still Chester Rock. That was 16 years ago. And when I started, our small digital team was only working on banners for advertising campaigns. Amazingly, many of us who were amongst us at that time, they are still present here. So back between 2006 and 2007, our digital team was solely working on static and animated banners, with a few of us who were developers putting a little bit of interactions in those banners. Little by little, upon consistent client satisfaction, we built a small team of developers and started working on more complex projects with technologies such as ActionScript 2 and Joomla CMS at that time. We also had our CGI and print department, which had the most number of resources at that time. As we got more projects, our team naturally grew over time, and most of our resources are now in the digital department, though it is now harder to draw a line between what is considered to be from the digital department and what is not. With the digital transformation over the past decade, our business model has considerably changed, and apart from development projects, we have teams in all our departments who focus a lot on online advertising through videos, banners, websites, and online social promotion campaigns. We can build nice and fancy websites like the one we did for the PGD Conference, but without properly promoting them and optimizing them for search engine, the developers will be the only ones to see them, and you will certainly not be here for the conference. This is the reason why in PGD we have teams in all the production process, from the design, development, and promotion stage. Our clients have almost exclusively been renowned international global brands such as Nissan, Toyota, SFR, McDo, Sephora, Nestle, just to name a few. Today, with the advances of AI, I believe we are witnessing a second digital transformation where the way we do business is no longer the same, and we will be relying heavily on machines and technology to do part of our tasks. AI has many tools such as image generation, text, videos, but also analysis tools. Those who are encompassing AI in their production are able to build things faster and even with results of higher quality. Yesterday, we have seen a very nice presentation here itself, where a creative director used AI to build ads for his clients by generating materials in his assets that were presented in seconds and with the opportunity to choose from many alternatives. This is something that would normally take several days to be done. Producing content with AI allows us to produce faster and cheaper, and clients will eventually have no option than to embrace AI contents as well. However, AI raises many questions such as ethical concerns, privacy, security, job displacement, transparency, bias and fairness, AI in healthcare, education, and existential risks. This is in fact a question that I asked ChatGPT this morning, and I asked what are the problems with AI, and it gave me this list. We have already covered much of it throughout our sessions yesterday. We have talked about legislations, ethical concerns, and one of our guest speakers from University of Mauritius talked about AI in the medical field, where the doctors are also very reluctant to use these technologies. From many of the presentations that we have seen from yesterday, I believe the ultimate question that many are asking is when will be the Terminator from Skynet be here? We have seen several images of those robots yesterday. Today we have the opportunity to continue the discussion with the different speakers, and we'll also have a roundtable discussion at the end of the day. Let me take this opportunity to welcome Mr. Avinash Mithu, who was in fact my communications teacher in university in 2005, I think. I don't know if he still remembers me. The title of his presentation is Towards Smart Citizens and a Smart Mauritius with Artificial Intelligence. And please stay with us till the end of the sessions. We'll have a networking session below where refreshment will be served, and you will be able to communicate with and interact with other participants of this conference. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Can all hear me correctly?
Very good.
So it's always a pleasure for me to speak in public, and it is a skill that I would encourage all of you to acquire, because at the end of the day, life is about opportunities, and opportunities happen when you interact with people. So I was asked a few weeks ago to come here to deliver a presentation on artificial intelligence. And I thought about it, and I knew that many of you have a technology background, so it would be futile for me to speak about the technology behind AI. Most probably you know more than me. But sometimes we geeks, I'm a geek, we tend to miss the point. Technology is not about technology. Technology is about being an enabler to something else. And this is what we are going to explore a little bit today. Why is it nice to have such beautiful technologies as artificial intelligence, but how can we use those kind of technologies and also other kinds of emerging technologies to make our lives better, and at the end of the day, to make the lives of future generations better? And it is an important perspective because, once again, we geeks, we tend to be always focused on our keyboards and screens. And sometimes there are beautiful things happening outside the screens. Okay, so very briefly, I'm going to tell you a little bit about me, just for those of you who have not had me as teachers. So I'm a computer scientist, studied in France 25 years ago, returned to Mauritius and started working as a developer at DCDM Consulting, which was at that time the largest consulting company in Mauritius. Then very quickly I decided to teach. And probably there are two reasons for that. One, the first reason is that in my family everyone is a teacher. So it was in the blood, in my blood. And the second reason is that it's always nice when you know something to share it with other people. So when I returned from France, I knew that there was some big things happening in the field of technology. And at that time, in year 1998, 1999, Mauritius was not as advanced as today. So very quickly I saw that, difference between what I saw in France and what was in Mauritius, and I wanted to share this with others. So I started working at the Mauritius Chamber of Commerce and Industry, where I spent 6 years in the business school there, teaching computer science. Then I worked at the University of Mauritius for a number of years. And then I left the University of Mauritius. I quit the University of Mauritius to create my own company, which is called Knowledge 7. So maybe some of you have heard of it. And for many years, Knowledge 7 1.0 was a training company. So we trained a lot of people on Linux and open source software. It became a consulting company. We were the very first in Mauritius to develop mobile apps, Android mobile apps. And we did that for about 10 years. And then something happened. I got the opportunity, I got a call from government, and they told me, it would be important for a country to have a good advisory layer in terms of technology. It's always nice when you're a government to take decisions, but then those decisions needs to be based on, actual deep reflection. So they told me, what about you coming in government and being the senior advisor in government for everything which has to do with technology and innovation? And I thought about it and initially I said no, because I didn't want to mingle with government. But I'm very, very happy to have said yes and put my company on pause in some ways. Because when you work in government, despite what people say, you get to understand that a country is very complex to run. A company is very complex to run, but a country is 10 times, 100 times more difficult to run. And it's very difficult to run, and it's very difficult to plan, what is going to happen in 5 years, in 10 years, and 15 years. And it's only when you are inside, that you really understand this level of complexity. And this is why sometimes when I hear people criticizing, for instance, when I was coming here, obviously I was listening to the radio, and obviously people were complaining. And obviously I was telling myself, those people have never had the opportunity to see how difficult it is to make a country work. And so it's easy to criticize. So I was very happy to have had this opportunity to understand at the very highest level how things work. And then after 4 years, I said to myself that I needed to do something else, and I went to the United Nations. The United Nations Development Program, UNDP, is the implementation arm of the United Nations. So what does the United Nations do? Most probably you're already aware of that. Basically, the United Nations is the largest organization on the planet. And every year, all world leaders meet in New York and they decide on a number of priorities. And then they tell UNDP, which is part of the United Nations, make it happen. So for instance, in Mauritius, one major thing that UNDP is doing is replanting coral reefs around Mauritius and Rodrigues. You see? Another thing that UNDP is doing right now is in Mauritius is installing batteries everywhere on the island so that when we'll have solar panels on our homes, we'll be able to store the energy. Because it's very nice, you know, producing electricity, but if you can't store it properly, it's wasteful because we tend to use electricity at night. So instead of having batteries in every single home, there are big batteries being installed in Mauritius a little bit everywhere, and this is the kind of work that the United Nations does. Great development work. And I stayed at the United Nations for 2.5 years, and I was the head of experimentation in a new structure called the Accelerator Lab. And basically my job was to look around in Mauritius, in Rodrigues and Seychelles about all the interesting things happening. And once I saw something interesting, which I felt could be useful for the country or the region or the continent, African continent, it was possible for me to finance those people and ask them to test their whatever idea they had or whatever product they had to make sure that it was working correctly. And once it worked correctly, then it became part of the things that we could do on a large scale in the country. So I was head of experimentation. Okay, so I left UNDP in April, and now I'm back to being the director of my own company, except that now it's 2.0. Why? Because I'm interested in technology, I am a geek, but because of my past at the level of policy in government and then policy internationally, let's say, I've come to understand that technology, once again, is much more than technology. It's a formidable enabler. Fine? So, let's talk a bit about emerging technologies. And I suppose that since yesterday, you have been, given a lot of information about, things like drones, blockchain, big data, augmented reality, etc., etc., etc. Now, unfortunately for many people, those things tend to be buzzwords. And when they stop being buzzwords, when they are actually used, people tend to use them superficially. Now, this is very nice when you are in an organization which is doing something just for the quick win, just to get some money at the end of the month. But when you are working at the level of a country and you need to invest in something, you need to invest by knowing what you are doing and actually choosing the appropriate emerging technology instead of trying to do everything. Okay? Because we need to be realistic. Budget is limited. The kind of people that we have also is very limited. And we are talking about the long term. So one interesting question that we might ask ourselves is, among those emerging technologies, which ones are the most interesting for a country like Mauritius, given its level of development? Now, one thing you need to understand, and this is something I understood when I was working at the UN, Mauritius is considered as a technology advanced country. Okay? Compared to the other countries from the African continent, most of them, Mauritius is very advanced. At the same time, Mauritius is considered to be a rich country. So, we have problems that are quite unique to our situation. We're a small island, very prone or vulnerable in some ways, climate change, yet we are rich, yet we are advanced, and therefore the kind of combination that we have here is, once again, very, very unique, which obviously means something. We can't copy what is working in the Silicon Valley, because there things are different, and we can't also copy what is happening, let's say, in Nigeria, because there things are different. One big issue that we are having in Mauritius is natality rate. Mauritius is one of the few countries on the planet where the population is actually decreasing. This has started last year. And this is a major issue because we don't have a clue in 10 years how people are going to get their pensions. Because the way the pension works is that those working pay taxes, and this tax is used to pay for the pension of the retired. But when the population is decreasing, the system doesn't work anymore. So you see, Mauritius is very unique. So it is very strategic, very important for us to understand what to use and why. Okay? And in my opinion, based on my experience, I think that this technology is extremely important. IoT, Internet of Things. Now, what is IoT? As you already know, it's about having sensors everywhere. All those sensors spend all their time measuring data in real time and communicating this data elsewhere through the internet, hence the name, Internet of Things. Everything is connected on the internet. Now, why is it interesting to be able to measure everything? Obviously, it is about, afterwards, when you measure something, you can actually use this information to make informed decisions. Now, before making informed decisions, you need to store this massive amount of data somewhere. So where do we store data? In databases. So do we need to have people who are very, very good in installing or deploying Internet of Things across the whole country? Yes. Is it already the case? Do we have sensors everywhere? Not necessarily, but we are having more and more. Let's say all our reservoirs, for instance, are equipped with sensors. All our vehicles are equipped with sensors. But if you think about it, your phone is actually an IoT device. Everything is being measured, including your position, the thing that you're doing. Basically, Google and Facebook know everything about you thanks to your phone. And this data can actually be communicated to the authorities, for instance. So why would you share it with Google and don't share it with the government in order for the government to work better? So we already have sensors. How many phones are there in Mauritius, just for the sake of argument? 2.3 million. There are more phones than people, and all of them are potentially IoT devices. Okay? So once you have all this data, you can actually store it somewhere, and you store it in a database. And one emerging technology which is extremely, extremely important for Mauritius is the blockchain. Now, what is the blockchain? As you already know, most probably, the blockchain is a database which cannot be tampered with. Once you have stored some information in a blockchain, the data cannot be changed anymore. Why is it important? It is important because you need to build a country on trust. Let's say, for instance, you are trying to build the land registry, the database of all land plots and who owns that land. You can't build it in a normal database because anyone can come, any sysadmin, any techie, and change the name of the owner. Whereas if you're building it on a blockchain, you won't be able to. This is as simple as that. So in order to build trust in a country, we need to move towards technologies who actually are trustworthy. And this is where the blockchain is interesting. Not for doing crypto only, even though crypto is interesting, but it is about creating trust at the level of the country. So once again, this brings us to what I was saying at the beginning. Technology is fun, but the use of technology and the kind of promise that it has is more fun, if you think about it. The third technology, which is extremely, extremely important, is data analysis. Because you're measuring everything, you're storing everything in databases, obviously with the view of making informed decisions. And the big, big, big vision that I have is what exists in Singapore. In Singapore, there's something which is called the digital twin of Singapore, le jumeau numérique. And what is the digital twin of Singapore? It is basically a 3D model of Singapore where policymakers, ministers, basically, they can actually click on a road, click on a building, and they know everything which is inside. So whenever they have to decide where to put a school, it's never done based on gut feeling only. It's done based on real, actual, tangible data. Is this something that we can aspire to in a country like Mauritius? Yes, because we are rich and we are advanced, and we need the right kind of people to build this kind of system. And interestingly, when I was senior advisor in government, the company who did this for Singapore, a French company, approached Mauritius because they felt that Mauritius was ready. But at that time, unfortunately, and this was just a few years ago, at that time, we were not ready as a population to understand the value of having something like that. But ultimately, it will have to come. So, what is big data? Basically, it is when you collect everything through IoT or otherwise. What is analytics? Basically, it's about statistics. But the idea is to make proper decisions. Now, sometimes the data that you collect is so large, and sometimes it is so unstructured that you can't make sense of it. When you can't make sense of data, what do? You ask a machine to try to make sense of it. And this is where we get deep learning, machine learning, and AI. For us, geeks, AI is not magic. It is just a technology which can read billions and billions and billions of items of data and try to understand if there is any structure within. This is the whole point of AI. It's not magic. Okay? It is just one technology like any other technology. Fine? Your mum might believe it is magic, that's fine, or your dad. But us, we are supposed to be people who know. Now, for some funny reasons, people think that AI started when ChatGPT was invented 2 years ago. But this is false. The very first time the word AI was coined was in 1957. So we are talking of how many years? 60 years ago. By this guy, McCarthy, had just passed away. And at that time, his idea was to try to see if it was possible to have a machine which could replicate in some way some of the tasks that we humans know how to do. And so we went through a number of phases: AI, machine learning, and now deep learning. And yes, we can now replicate a large number of tasks that humans know how to do, which allows us to have a lot more free time, which is a good thing. Now, if you think about it, we are living a very, very interesting period of time because there is the convergence right now of three things happening at exactly the same time in terms of technology. The first one is that information and data is readily available in a machine-readable format. We're not talking of books, we're talking of digital books, we are talking of papers, we are talking of all the websites that exist, we are talking of all the reports that already exist in Excel format. Everything is accessible online in some way or another. And this is extremely nice because it never happened before. So basically, the whole corpus of knowledge of humanity is accessible in some way or another in digital form. One thing. The second thing is that machines now, computers, are commoditized. When you have to have 5 machines to solve a task, it's easy. And it's as easy as when you have to have 5,000 or 5 million machines. You just rent something on the cloud. You don't have to have physical infrastructure anymore. Second thing. The third thing is that if you want to analyze a large amount of data, this needs to be done using deep learning algorithms. And for many years, those algorithms were proprietary. They were commercial, they were closed. But for the past 5 years, all those best algorithms ever have become open source and are available for free. A good example is TensorFlow. TensorFlow is a formidable technology which is actually used by Google itself to do all its AI things, and the algorithm is available for free. You can download it and start using it the next day. So basically, we have the data, we have the computers, and we have the software. And interestingly, if you think about it, even if you are within an organization and your data is confidential, the data is still available digitally within the organization. And obviously, computers are plentiful and the algorithms are there. Okay? So even if you restrict yourself to an organization, everything that I've been saying is still relevant. Fine? Now, one thing which is essential when we are talking about AI is that obviously I'm not talking about Terminator. I'm talking about what is called weak or narrow AI. It is the real AI that exists today. Okay? In the future, maybe we'll have general AI. There are some hints, there are some rumors that OpenAI, the ones behind ChatGPT, have managed to create something which is extremely, extremely powerful, which is akin to general AI, but I don't buy it. I want to see first. But the thing is, AI, as it exists today, is about narrow AI. Things which are highly focused for specific tasks. And the task that I'm telling you is about analyzing a large amount of data and then from there creating reports that allow you to understand the data. Fine? So very briefly, this is typically what I tend to look like when I'm doing conferences at DevCon and when I'm speaking with geeks. So this is rare. And actually, this is what AI is all about. Something which is not magical. This is a neural network. Everyone who has been doing computer science for the past 20 years knows about neural networks. Basically, it's about mimicking what is in your brain using mathematics. And this is typically the Python code which is required for you to build your own neural network by using TensorFlow, the open source software. So what I'm trying to convey with those slides is that this is not just talk. It is something which is easy to do just by downloading things and trying things. Fine? And interestingly, AI has been something important for Mauritius for at least the past 5 years. It didn't start with ChatGPT. I don't know if you recall, Sophia came 5 years ago. And Sophia is a humanoid robot. And we brought Sophia, I say we because I was part of the government at the time. We brought Sophia for a reason, to create some kind of déclic. At the same time, we organized the World AI Show, which was a major, major conference over 3 days, bringing in a lot of people from all over the world. And it was extremely interesting because for the very first time, we got researchers and people who knew about AI coming and speaking with Mauritians on what was possible in AI. And funnily, for the anecdote, Sophia was supposed to speak with the Prime Minister and the Minister of Technology. And on the eve, a Secret Service came and said, this is too dangerous. There might be a bomb in Sophia. So what we are going to do instead, we are going to find 2 people who are expendable, can be sacrificed, and send them to talk with Sophia. And I was one of them. The other one was George Chen. But it was fun. We got our 15 minutes of fame. And the Prime Minister was there, the ministers and everything, and everyone basically who was in this field. Now, from there, once again, this is 2018. From there, a group was formed at the level of the Prime Minister's office, a group of about 10 people to work on a national AI strategy. And this national AI strategy became public in November 2018, 5 years ago. Who has read it? What are we waiting for? Ah, Zaki a lu. C'est bien. And this is extremely interesting because there was this seed which was planted in the minds of people that AI is not magic. It is a tool, and it is a strategically important tool for a modern country like Mauritius. And therefore, we need to do the appropriate things by having the right people, by having the right infrastructure, etc., etc. Fine? And one of the key recommendations was to create an AI council. Now, this proposal for the creation of an AI council, which was done in February 2019, you see, government tends Sometimes they are slow, but sometimes things happen quickly. This proposal for the AI Council was extremely interesting. I wrote it myself, but in there was one element that AI, because of its kind of impact on society, because you are talking of automating tasks, therefore there is a natural consequence on jobs. Some people might lose their jobs. And therefore, it is very important to be very, very clear on which AI to bring. If you bring an AI which for some reason makes 50% of the people redundant, then there's a problem. See that? So there was this ethical component in the council which was extremely important. So we thought about it, how to make sure that government, instead of just buying things from outside and then afterwards having negative consequences, how to make sure that whatever was chosen was done in a way that was good for the future of the country. And so the proposal was done in 2019, and then the whole machinery was enclenché for the setting up of the council, and it was only set up this year. And in the meantime, it changed its name. It was not called the AI Council anymore. It became the Emerging Technology Council. Why? Because government thought that it would be futile having an AI council, then a blockchain council, and then, it would be more interesting having one thing, but the ethical part is still in it. And this council has started operating. So if you are looking to do collaborations, because they have just started, it would be interesting to see how you can collaborate based on, you have a lot of experience in technology, and they are looking for, maybe people like you to contribute in some way or another. Okay, fine. Now, this is the vision for 2030. We want a Mauritius, and when I say we, this is the vision of government since 2015. In 2015, there was something which was called Vision 2030, which was shared to the public. But unfortunately, for some reason or another, a lot of Mauritians are not aware that there's a vision. And what is this vision? This vision is for Mauritius to become green again. We were green, we are not green today, but we need to become green for the sake of the environment and climate change, to fight climate change. This is the very first thing. Hence this policy to move towards renewable, for instance, to replace all the electricity that we produce with heavy oil. Fine? The second thing is that we want to become high income while being inclusive. Mauritius is considered to be a rich country, but we are not as rich as Switzerland or, EU countries. But this is something we can aspire to. We can aspire to become much richer. Mauritius is already the second richest country per capita in Africa. But we can aspire to be much more than that. Not only the first in Africa, but I mean comparable to, let's say, a EU country. But to do that, we have basically two strategies. We can do that by having a few rich people and a lot of poor people, which is a strategy which has been adopted by some countries, or we do it inclusively. Inclusively basically means that the difference in salaries between the top and the bottom is not as wide as elsewhere. And this is the vision. We want a country which is rich, at the same time inclusive. And what does this mean? It means that everyone should be able to earn a decent salary, which means that everyone should be able to create value. You can't pay someone, you can't give money to someone if that person isn't bringing value. That's the whole point of business. And a country is a big business. So for people to get money, they need to be able every day to create things that bring in some value in some way or another to the country, which means that they need to be trained properly. And in some cases, retrained. Fine? So to achieve this vision, there are a number of sectors which have been identified since 2015, priority sectors for the country. One of them is ICT services, but also financial services. And in all those sectors, we need to innovate. This is where the jobs are. technology and innovation have been identified to be major enablers, and this is the whole point of my speech today. And this is the ultimate vision. This is a slide that I got from EDB, but it doesn't exist on the website of EDB anymore. But this is most probably my favorite slide ever, because it shows you what we can aspire to in a country like Mauritius. We can have smart environment, we can have smart living, we can have smart mobility, we can have smart education, smart business, etc., etc., etc. But for this to happen, we need to have a smart government. And one thing I've learned, because I'm 50 now, is that we get the government that we elect. So the only way to have a smart government is to have smart citizens. Without smart citizens, we will always continue to elect people who are not very good. So we need to have smart citizens. And the best way, once again, it's not about hardware, it's not about software, it's about peopleware. So we need to educate people correctly, we need to train people correctly, we need to upskill, we need to reskill, we need to find a way to make people of the diaspora come back. Our population is decreasing. This is not good. You can't build a future with a population which is decreasing. It doesn't work. We need to bring in some members of the diaspora. We need to bring in a lot more foreigners working here, like Singapore did. You know, when Singapore opened a university in the 60s, they brought in all the lecturers from Europe and the US. And the result is they have 2 universities there. All of them are within the top 10 in the world. Whereas here we have 5 public universities, none of them are among the top 1,000 in the world. C'est aussi simple que ça. Fine? So, we need to have those kind of mechanisms. And as you know, we need people who are very, very good in soft skills and not only in hard skills. We tend in Mauritius to focus too much on hard skills. Hard skills are easy to learn. Whereas if you lack the soft skills, because when you were kids, you were not given positions of leadership to learn to be how to be a leader, how to communicate properly, how to collaborate with others, how to manage your time correctly. If you don't have those things, this is extremely tough to learn. And all HR people will tell you this, but this is common sense. So we need to be able to get to a situation where we have much more people here with the soft skills and the hard skills, which are required to make the country better. Now, obviously, here I'm talking of STEM, science, technology, engineering, and maths. We need to have much more strong computer scientists and any other kind of technology people. When I say computer science, c'est au sens large. We need computer engineers, we need software engineers, we need people who are very good in IT, we need people who are very good in information systems. We need every kind of people. But for me, this is not enough. For me, in addition to needing first-rate technology professionals, we need people who combine those traits. We need people who are extremely, extremely, extremely good scientifically, while at the same time being extremely good in soft skills, but also, and this is my point of view, and this is something that I'm 100% sure is important, we need to have people who are artistic as well. Why? Because you know what is an artist? It is basically a human who feels things. Feels the other human beings who are around, feels the beauty of nature, and can project in the future as well. An artist is someone who is porous. He's someone, or she's someone, who is actually aware that the world is not small. The world is big. Many, many things happen. You need to be permeable, you see? And this is what, in my opinion, this is the kind of people that we need to have in order for us to build this beautiful Mauritius that we are all dreaming of. Fine? Now, how do we do that? This is extremely tough. When I see what is happening in our education system, we are still firefighting. And this has been true for decades now. most Mauritians fail in the system. We are the lucky few who have managed to go through the system. So we are basically destroying every year a large part of our people. And we don't have any solution right now for that. And in my opinion, this is where AI might be interesting. Software like ChatGPT are very nice because you have all interacted with ChatGPT. It can actually answer very beautifully to any question that you ask. There, one small hint, ChatGPT has learned everything. So when you ask it a question, it doesn't know what kind of people you are, whether you are a doctor or someone in audiovisual production or a programmer. So it tends to give you something which is generic in nature. So one thing that you can actually do with ChatGPT is to give it a hint on what kind of people you are. If you tell ChatGPT, I know that you are very good in medicine, let's say, or you are very good in science, from there, it will tend to bias its answers towards the field that you have indicated. So this is a hint. Keep this in mind. Okay? Now, ChatGPT is very nice because it has learned everything. But for me, one thing which is extremely cool is that those kind of tools can be imagined to be the perfect digital assistants. You see? All of us, we have devices, but those devices are not necessarily always augmenting us appropriately. The vision of Steve Jobs when he created the iPhone was to augment the human mind. He said this is the bicycle for the human brain, something which allows us to go further. But right now we're using it for TikTok. You see, we're not using it to augment our brain. In fact, it's doing the exact inverse. Big companies are using it to feed us dopamine every day, which is a drug. You know, every time you click on a like, it's a little bit of dopamine in your brain, which is a drug. Created by your brain, obviously, but it's a drug. So, just imagine what a tool such as ChatGPT could be used for if you train it, not with everything, but with every single item of knowledge which is required by a fully functional student initially, but then adult. Let's say you have in your brain something which can help you make all the proper decisions. See that? You come to work, you have to decide between two things. You ask your phone, and your phone tells you, yes, this is the best thing to do, based on whatever it knows about the organization. At the level of the country, a minister needs to decide between two various possibilities, as ChatGPT or something equivalent, which has been trained with all the data of the country, and it tells you, and tells the minister, this solution is better in the long run than this one. You see, this is a kind of dream that we can dream of, and this is the kind of things that we can build for the country. And this is among one of my last slides. The whole point is the value of such tools. If you have such a tool in your pocket, you have personalized learning. You don't have to learn the same thing as your colleague. Everyone learns whatever he or she needs to be more productive, to bring more value to the country. This is personalized learning, a dream. You know, the fact that we are all in the same class at exactly the same age was very good when you had to train people for factories. The schooling system is not designed to do anything else than training people to work in factories. See that? And it's happening all over the world. So personalized learning is extremely important. Lifelong learning, whenever you have some free time, you can actually learn by having something extremely interesting in your pocket. It can be extremely enjoyable because nothing prevents you from adding to it some kind of fun factor while leaving no one behind. And this is very important. Understand that we live in a country where most people don't have the opportunity to become what they could have become, simply because they didn't have the proper environment to grow in or the proper opportunities. So this is the kind of things that we can build because we know those technologies. So instead of building a new TikTok just to create dopamine in brains, these are kind of things that we can actually do. Thank you. So if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. And then I'll ask one question on what I've just said. And whoever wins will get a prize. So let's start with one or two questions from the audience, if you have any.
Okay, I have one question myself. And you put lots of emphasis on education. And you rightly mentioned that most of us are failing nowadays, and we are the few ones that have that are here succeeded. And do you think that a tool like ChatGPT can be a threat to the education system as well? And how can we prevent more failures?
This is an interesting question, and it's actually a question that I got 2 weeks ago. I was in Ghana, and I was making a presentation with people in the Ghanaian government. And in Ghana, things are not as advanced here, but it's a proper democracy like Mauritius. And they were concerned about using technology too much in class. Will this be detrimental to the learning? Obviously, initially, if you allow anyone to use their phone in class, there will be an issue because no one will listen to the teacher. But you need to understand why. Because kids basically are getting better value, better answers from those things than their teachers. Why? Because many teachers, and you are a student at the university yourself, many teachers are not upskilling themselves, especially in Mauritius. In terms of technology, the kind of things which are taught in universities are exactly the same thing which were taught 15 years ago. So, obviously, when kids are going to have such tools which can then give them extraordinary answers, they'll tend to use those tools. But this is a good opportunity. This is an opportunity to tell teachers it doesn't make sense to try to examine people on memory, for instance. Why do you have to learn something by heart? Just allow the kid to use whatever tool and come up with creative solutions to actual problems. If you think about it, open books exams are a thing. In many big universities, you bring any book you would like to exams, and it's not an issue. And ChatGPT is just a massive book. Another thing, even books were not allowed in classes 200 years ago. There was only one book, the Bible. En France, par exemple. But you see, things have evolved. So technology is going to evolve, and we need to use it appropriately in class. But this being said, look at what happened in Mauritius. We gave tablets to every single kid. Billions of rupees. Absolutely no impact on education. Why? Because instead of focusing on peopleware, people focus on hardware. It's always about people and using technology properly to make the country better. Right?
Okay. And what about students on the range of like 14 to 16 years old who on subjects like mathematics, instead of trying to attempt the questions and find solutions, they will just ask the ChatGPT how to come with the answer and then just copy it. So is it detrimental in this way for their learning?
If you think about it, many students at the university, or Mauritius, where I thought, and this is true at MCCI, learned programs by heart and wrote those programs during exams. And they passed, entre nous soit dit, just because we were so nice. Strictly speaking, they should have got 0 because the answer was irrelevant. Parallel. GP, general paper, is not an English exams. It is a general knowledge exams. Every year, there's a report which Cambridge does, and the report is always the same. Our GP exams answers are syntactically and grammatically correct, but they are irrelevant. So what you're telling me is much deeper than ChatGPT. We are trained, we have been trained for many, many years to do things superficially. And now, where we are facing real issues, we don't have the tools. And then we complain. We need to do something big. And when I speak of education, I'm not only talking of schooling. It's much more than that. Education starts at home. The level of conversation that needs to happen at home needs to be raised. Most people, either they don't eat together or they watch stupid TV shows while eating. Bollywood, I don't have any issue with that. But eating together with your kids is an opportunity to transmit values and knowledge. And this needs to be done in a strategic manner. Bon, là, on est en train de sortir un petit peu du cadre. But you see, this is what happens when a country becomes modern. You need to have a modern population. And in some ways, unfortunately in Mauritius, we are still the kind of Mauritians that we were in the 60s and 70s. We have not evolved that much. But we need to do it. No one will, the world is a violent place. No one will wait for us. We have to do our part. Anything else?
I have a small question, sir. A bit broader, maybe we can have some insight since you were with the government. And what I see is, despite all the efforts the government is making, organizations are making, and we in the industry who are making, still we are unable to fill the gap that IT is needing. For example, if we at the company level, we are trying to grow, we don't have the skills on the market. Yeah. We are having big difficulty. So even universities I contacted, they are launching big program, trying to take maximum students graduating, they are coming in the market. But still the disparity is here. In your opinion, what can be the solution to these kind of problems?
So very quickly, two things. The very first one is this slide. This is from LinkedIn, dating from a few years back. But basically, those were the job adverts on LinkedIn. And as you can see, many of the jobs adverts on LinkedIn are for software engineers. Fine? So this is where the jobs are. But this being said, what is the most well-known book of computer programming on the planet? Hint, it's written by someone who's called Donald Knuth. What's the name of the book? Ah, ça tombe bien. Who knows? The one who knows will get a prize. I don't know if you know that book. It's called The Art of Computer Programming, written by Knuth. Okay? 4 volumes, volume 1, volume 2, volume 3, volume 4. Impossible to find in Mauritius, first of all. The second thing, when computer programming is taught, the art is never taught. The reference book on computer programming is called The Art of Computer Programming, and we never tell kids that it is an art. And what do artists do? How does an artist learn? Not only trial and error, but by looking at beautiful things first. How do you become an architect? Don't tell me by laying bricks. It is by going to a cathedral, going to a church, going to a bridge, and looking how beautiful it is and how complex it is. Then you start feeling the various things that you need to master to become an architect. The same is true for computer programming. And the best way to do that is by looking at actual source code, which is actually what open source allows you to do. It's impossible to create a software engineer without asking that kid to look at how Linux is built. How many young people understand how an operating system is built? How a database is built? Practically no one. And then, obviously, people complain that the computer scientists that we have are not good enough. They say, no, well, we are not teaching them correctly, as per the book. This being said, easy to complain, but we need to do something about it. And obviously, this is what Knowledge 7 2.0 is all about. I'm big enough now to be able to tell government, there are some things that you need to do. And hopefully, they'll listen to me a little bit more with the help of people like you. Fine? If you don't have any question, I'll ask you one on one of the slides that I've said and that I've shown. Let me think of one question or something which is more general in nature. So what kind of background do you have? Computer science? Okay. Fine. Tell me what the internet is. This is a nice question. What is the internet? Not bad. This is what you use the internet for. But we are computer scientists. We need to understand what the internet actually is. What it is. Question hint. I'll give you one hint. Give me the answer. Pardon. Pardon. False. I'll give you a hint. How many servers are there on the internet right now? Zero. There are no servers on the internet. So this is a major, major hint. What is the internet? And whoever answers, get this.
It's a connection of machines, maybe.
It's our nodes. There's no server inside. Outside, they're giving you the nodes.
Allez, pas mal, pas mal. Where are the servers then, if there's no server on the internet?
Everywhere. In our homes. It's
No. We are talking actual servers. The Dells, they're in our homes or in data centers or organizations. Within what? Within a network. What's the name of this kind of network which we have inside a building, let's say?
intranet.
No, pas un intranet.
One.
No, pas one. A local area network. So a local area network is where you actually have computers. So what is the internet?
One.
What is a one?
It's a connection of those servers interfacing with each other.
Pas mal, mais dis plus simplement. Non, mais vous avez tous les éléments là. You have the LANs. You just have to
Interconnect.
connect the LANs together. And you get the internet. Obligé de donner.
I will put it back.
And you are going to put it back.
Put it back on the floor.
See? Ça vous a posé une deuxième question. So keep this in mind. There's no server on the internet. The internet is just a technology built with routers, which are not servers. They only work at layer 3, which link all the LANs together. So when you're talking to a server at Google, you're actually talking to a server in the Google LAN, local area network. Fine? Now keep this in mind, 0 servers on the internet. Dans un dîner mondain, ça fait chic de pouvoir dire ça. Donc, deuxième question là, obligé. OK. Something related to Google. Google is one of the largest cloud providers on the planet. In Ghana, I actually met the head of research of Google for Western Africa. Okay? And Google has of the order of 2 to 3 million servers in its cloud. Fine? 2 à 3 millions. C'est énorme. Hein? À Maurice, nos data centers sont beaucoup plus petits. Now, all those servers are commodity servers. They are cheap computers. When something breaks down, what happens? What does Google do? What does Google do when one of its servers breaks down?
It's failover to another server.
They throw out the server. Poubelle, direct poubelle. If something is not working, poubelle direct. They won't even try to troubleshoot. And they'll just replace it with a new computer running a Linux distribution. And this computer will immediately start working again with the apps, with the data, and everything. Google does this using two technologies. And this is where Google becomes Google. In 1999, Google was incorporated in 1998. And in 1999 and 2000, though only 23 years ago, they start operating with two new technologies in order to make this possible. You can throw something out, replace it with something else, and starts working right away. What's the name of those two technologies? Ouais, mais chez Google, ils appellent ça comment? Kubernetes, c'est bien après. Kubernetes, c'est maintenant. Ouais. Non. Borg, c'est l'intelligence artificielle de chez... Non, non, c'est pas Borg.
RAC.
No. There's something which is called Big Table. Big Table. Created by someone who is called Sanjay Kemawat. So I'm just going to finish with this, and I'll ask you one question pertaining to what you have here. This is a distributed storage system for structured data created by Sanjay Kemawat and Jeffrey Dean. Those two are still at Google, and they are senior, vice presidents there. Basically, this is the technology which allows Google to work as Google today. You take out something, you replace it with a new computer, and the data is automatically replicated to it and starts working, and the data is there, and the apps are there, etc., etc., etc. Okay, question. What Linux distribution runs on the 2 million machines at Google? All of them are running Linux. There's only Linux at Google. What distribution is run?
Fedora.
No. You're close.
Debian.
No. Very close to Fedora, but not Fedora.
Ubuntu.
No. No, something which is very close to Fedora, but very industrial grade. Red Hat Enterprise. Kazi? Ouais. Red Hat Enterprise Linux. Allez, adieu. Okay, so on this note, thank you very much for having listened to me. I hope this has broadened a little bit your perspective on your role for the next 20 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
PGD Conference 2023 dans la session numéro 2 de ce samedi 2 décembre. J'ai le plaisir d'accueillir Mohamed Ouzir Koussa, qui est donc un software engineer, comme tout le monde peut déjà le lire. Et il va avoir le plaisir de mieux se présenter et nous aussi de mieux connaître son travail. In English, I welcome Mr. Ouzir Koussa for his intervention on the second days of our PGD Conference 2023. Welcome to all. Thank you very much for your presence, and I hope you will be very aware of what is being said today, because there will be a quiz at the end of this session and a gift Mr. Uzia will find a question about this subject of today. So please enjoy and
are we waiting for the folks from downstairs to come up? Or?
There is it really? We have 5 minutes. You would like?
Yeah, can wait. That's fine.
Okay. Let's give a chance for 5 minutes because there is plenty of space. Sure.
Okay. Yeah, everything or not. Alright, hi everyone. I hope you're all doing very well. My name is Huzair. I'm a software engineer at Stratalis, the maintainer of the philosophicalcode.com and a member of frontend.mu. And for the info, the philosophicalcode.com is an open source article series where we explore the intriguing intersection of philosophy and code. I highly welcome you to visit the website, and if you want to contribute an article, you can just get in touch with me or check out our GitHub. And secondly, frontend.mu is a motion tech community, mostly based around front-end development here. We have monthly meetups, networking and open source opportunities. If you're interested in these open source opportunities, then definitely check out our GitHub link just below. But anyways, let's get to today's topic, which will be about thinking machines. Especially, I want to take some time and philosophically analyze the question, can machines think? And I'm going to do that by, well, not answering the question. And the reason being is because I strongly believe that this question is a very loaded one and it has some very ambiguous terms associated with it. And when trying to talk about it, we are not all necessarily aligned on what we mean by that question. And it's very easy for us to just talk past each other and not have a very good constructive conversation after all. So for today, I'd rather that we focus on clearing some of that ambiguity. And in particular, what we'll do is we'll philosophically deconstruct that question. And once we've done that, we're going to build a sort of framework. And this framework hopefully will help us better understand our question to begin with. So I'm going to begin by giving you some context on our deconstruction method and the framework. And then we're going to spend a lot of time doing the very deconstruction we're talking of. And then at the end, we're just going to wrap it all up, look at our framework from a sort of meta perspective. And hopefully, if we have time, we're going to have a small Q&A at the end. Okay, so for context, and I'm going to begin by saying that, yeah, obviously, we have three ambiguous terms in our question, and I just can machines and think. Duh. But for deconstruction, what we're going to do is we're going to analyze each term as a concept in itself. And then we're going to come up with a set of less ambiguous phrasings for each of these terms. And at the end, what we're going to have is we're going to have a big set of phrasings, and through permutations, we'll be able to get a lot of questions. What I mean here is we can pick a phrasing from the set of can, pick another one from machines, and then of think, mix it all together. We're going to have a uniquely less ambiguous and nuanced question. And the amazing thing here is because we have so many permutations, we'll have a lot of really nice, less ambiguous and nuanced questions. And I think this will really help us make things clearer. It's going to help us further analyze, contextualize, and hopefully find an answer to our original question, can machines think? So let's begin by deconstructing our first term, which is deconstructing or trying to understand the can in the question. And intuitively, when we think of can, we're thinking about possibilities. If I ask you, can you do X, Y, Z? I'm asking about the possibilities surrounding X, Y, Z. And in the current context of thinking machines, we can see these possibilities as either possibilities of existence, knowledge, ability, and somehow ethics as well. I'm not that comfortable in adding ethics there, but I'll tell you why later on. But let's begin by understanding what I mean by deconstructing can as existence. And basically what we just mean here is we are asking about the possible existence of these machines. It's purely a metaphysical question. We're just asking, hey, can it exist? And usually in metaphysics, there are two ways with which we can understand the possible existence of something. One way is in some very distant possible world. That would just be a world that is very unlike us, and we're just asking, hey, can it exist over there? That would be a world where there are unicorns and whatnot. And sure, it's kind of a trivial question. Yes, these types of thinking machines, they do exist in there. If you watch any sci-fi, that is there. But that is trivial, as I said. And I think that the most important question, or the one that makes it philosophically interesting here, is when we're asking if these machines can exist in our actual world. So what we're really saying is, given our current laws of nature and our history and our context so far, can these thinking machines really exist? So what that kind of leaves it at the end of the day is we can understand the can as existence as saying either we're asking if is it possible that these machines exist, or if it's actually possible, as in here. But the one thing that is very important to note is, even if tomorrow we can establish the existence of something, that doesn't mean that we know anything of and about that thing. Especially, that doesn't mean that we know its inner workings, properties, and relations. And to give you just a quick example of this, just think of this. I give you a Rubik's Cube. I shuffle it for you. You know that there is a solution for it. The solution exists, but that doesn't mean that you know the solution. Similarly, even if tomorrow we can establish that thinking machines possibly exist, that doesn't mean that we can know anything about them. So we can understand the can in our question as asking a question about knowledge, as in, can we know if these machines exist, or can we know anything about them? And the big picture way of trying to see this is thinking of thinking machines as a solvable epistemic or scientific quest. Like, will it give us anything at the end of the day? But even that, I mean, even if we had knowledge about them or of them, that doesn't mean that we can immediately build them. I mean, in fact, we've known about computers for quite some time. But it's only been in the recent years that we've really had the ability to build these things. So one way to understand the can here is about our ability to build thinking machines. It's about resources, it's about talent, it's about having the time for it. So what we're really asking then is, can we build machines that think? And the big picture kind of thing here is a bit closer to what we do as software engineers. We're just asking if thinking machines are a solvable engineering problem. Which kind of brings me to the last one, which, as I said earlier, I'm not that comfortable with. I'm not that comfortable with interpreting can as ethical, because it's common philosophical practice to separate what can be to what should be. It doesn't mean that if something can happen, that it should happen, because should really here is very prescriptive. It's telling you what to do. If I can do something, that doesn't mean that I should do it. However, the thing is, like, if you notice conversations around AI, it's not that common that people don't mix the two. Often it's very common that we're talking about, hey, can these machines exist? And that talk just slides away to, hey, should we build them? But because of this kind of, ambiguity that there is there, I think it's important to say that, okay, we're going to also deconstruct can as ethical. And we can also phrase our question as saying, should we build these thinking machines? Which kind of leaves us to this first part of the sets of less ambiguous phrasings that I talked of. It's our beginning, our framework. And we see here that we have can, and we can interpret it in 5 different ways. We can talk of existence in some possible world. Then our question just becomes, is it possible that these machines exist? We can also talk of existence in this actual world. And our question becomes, is it actually possible that these machines exist? Similarly, for knowledge, we're just asking, can we know anything about them? Ability is about, oh, can we build them? And ethics, again, the dodgy one here, but it's about, should we build them? Fair enough, which means we can now move on to deconstructing our second term, which is machines. And to be fair, I think that's kind of the easiest one in there, because we do have some sort of idea of what we mean, and usually we just mean computers. But I want to propose to you that, hey, it doesn't have to be just computers. We can interpret machines as either networks or something that I like to call non-natural objects. So let's just get into that, yeah. And what I mean by computers here really is an idea that Alan Turing had in the 40s, which is, hey, I'm not just speaking of this or that computer. What I'm speaking of is like a general computer. Can some computer think? And we know that our best model of computation, or one of the best models of the computation today, is just the Turing machines. So what we're really asking is, can we make it in such a way that a Turing machine think? This is one phrasing that we can understand machine as. But there is this problem with this, and the problem is there is often this conception that Turing machines or computers, all they do is just manipulate symbols. That's where the saying, hey, it's just zeros and ones come from. And there's also this kind of thinking that goes on that simple, even however complex, symbolic manipulation cannot lead to consciousness, cannot lead to thought. And that is often argued using what is called the Chinese room argument. So I'm just going to breathe that for you. Imagine that there's a room, like this one, and there's a guy in it. He does not understand a single word of Chinese, but you give him a really good dictionary. And then someone just passes some Chinese messages down the door. What I do, I take it, I look at the dictionary, I'm doing symbolic manipulation, I give an answer in English back. And turns out it's always a perfect translation, no matter how big a text. Then the question becomes, do we intuitively believe that this person knows Chinese? We're like, no, he's just looking up a dictionary. So what we're saying here is, we don't really think that that person is thinking for himself. And similarly, then when it comes to computers, we're like, okay, they're just manipulating symbols. Even if GPT out of today is very clever, it's just manipulating symbols. And we are very reluctant to think that, hey, this thing is actually conscious. So what has happened then is some philosophers of AI have been saying, no, it doesn't just have to be computers. What they can be is something more similar, a machine more similar to just the way that the brain is. And we kind of have this feeling today that the brain and the nervous system is a form of network. And the proposal then becomes like, hey, these thinking machines could be networks. Networks of things or whatever, I don't care. But the point is, we can now understand our question as asking, can networks think? Fair enough. But again, this is philosophy, not everyone agrees with it. Especially not everyone agrees with that bit here, just like the brain. And the reason here is we kind of have this thesis in philosophy that somehow the brain is computationally modulates, it's somehow computational. But that doesn't have to be the case. We don't know that. We don't have a very good argument to think of that. So we can still entertain the case that thought doesn't necessarily only have to come from something that looks like the brain. It could come from anything else. And this is a bit worrying for me because if you do any sort of philosophy, you'd be like, what is it going to be like? And there's kind of just this fallback that we get to. It's just going to be some object. But that's too general. That's a bit, not trivial, but there's not much meat on the bones there. And especially when you think of, okay, if it's just going to be any object, and if you subscribe to the idea of materialism, which is that everything on Earth, or the whole universe, can be boiled down to material things, such as atoms and molecules, or even the soul, then sure, we are these machines. We are just these clogs in the machine, but hey, if you believe that, you have to defend materialism, which itself is a bit philosophically dodgy. So I kind of want to say that we can then add this thing to our definition of object and say that, hey, they don't have to be just any objects. They just have to be non-natural objects. But again, that's another kind of worms, because what does that mean? How is something non-natural? Give me, what's the philosophy of non-naturalness? I don't know. But even if we don't know, and even if for lack of better terms, I think it's important to notice that when we're asking, can machines think, we don't necessarily mean just brains or things that look like brains or computers. They could be other things as well, and it's up to us to explore what these things are. Okay, great. So this is what we have so far, our second bit of our sets of less ambiguous phrasings. And obviously, we know the obvious one, computers, which is just asking, can Turing machines think? We've looked at networks, which is just asking, can networks think? And non-natural objects. And the thing that I kind of want to take a minute here and point out really is how different these questions are. Asking if a computer can think is not the same thing as asking if a network can think, or even that same thing, or what's the relationship between the two. Intriguing, but let's just take a pause here for now. Do we have any questions so far before I go on in deconstructing think? Please. Yes? Yeah, definitely. That's what in philosophy we call the risk of an infinite regress. And usually, I'm just going to do a fallback here for a second. You have this feeling of infinite regress when you deal with knowledge. Okay, how do I know that I exist here? Well, I can see. How do I know that you can actually see? How do you know that you're not in a simulation? And yes, there is this thing where if you keep on analyzing, you're going to keep on going and going and going. But the nice thing is that in today's philosophy, we do have some really nice tools that can help us stop that infinite regress. I'm not saying it definitely stops it, but we can stop it. One of them is just consensus. Let's just all agree, this is what it means, this is what it does, and with that thing that we have here, we'll work with it. Okay, that's just. Another thing is we do have a lot of formal tools today. Formal tools in terms of first order logic or logical programming, which we can just, hey, insert our philosophical ideas and still make this box, not a fully fledged protected box of, okay, we know what we're dealing here. But yeah, very good question. There is the risk of infinite regress. That's why at some point we should just, hey, stop, we don't know. That's a bit of kind of what I'm trying to get at here. Like, I know this is an infinite regress, but I'm just going to say, hey, stop it for now. We don't need to care about it. We can still do some philosophy despite that. Any other questions? Okay, great, no questions. Then we're going to move on to deconstructing think, the hardest one of them all. And it's really hard because we have no idea what's going on in there. Like, the philosophy of mind has been going on for thousands of years. Even though we have cognitive science today, we all have that good stuff. There are some very, very basic answers that we do not have the answers to. And we just don't know what's happening in there. One example that I want to give you is this idea of what I call inward thought and outward thought. And what I mean by that is, if you're doing something, there's something that's going on in your mind right now. I'm speaking, I know what I'm going on in my mind right now, but there's this outward nature of it. I'm projecting my ideas right now. I'm being alive in this world. And it's similar the case for everywhere. If you're hungry, that's in your brain. The feeling of hunger is there, but you going to the fridge at 2 a.m. looking for what to eat, that's the behavior. But think of this for a second. It's very hard for us, especially in others, to distinguish between the two. And just the question comes from asking, like, how do you know that I'm conscious? Consciousness for us is something that goes in our brain. You know you're conscious, you know you're there, but how do you know that I feel the same way? You only think that I think like you because you see me act like you. We can never go inside someone's brain and be like, hey, I know his thinking. Yes, we do have these MRA, kind of machines that spots in the brain, but again, I'm not going inside you. I don't know if you feel exactly the way that I do. So it's very difficult for us to know that someone else is thinking, because the only thing that we can do is, like I like to put it here, is I think that you think because you act as if you think like I think. It's just all appearances. So it's very difficult to decouple the two. And from now on, in the talk forward, I'm just going to implicitly always understand think, having this double nature. But despite this limitation, I think we can still go on a little bit and deconstruct think. And I think that we can deconstruct it as either rationality, mental states, consciousness, or something that I like to call non-anthropomorphic thought. And you see that I've left some dots on purpose here because I have no clue what else can go in there. This could all just be false. It's just, welcome to philosophy, guys. I don't know how I spent 3 years of a degree doing this thing. But anyways, let's start with trying to understand what we mean by taking think to mean rationality. There are many models of rationality or intelligence out there. And one of them really is very goal-oriented. It's saying that, hey, something is rational or intelligent if it can get to its goal in the most optimal way possible, as in there's no randomness in there. If I see you taking a road to go somewhere, I'm like, okay, this person is rational, they know what they're doing. But the thing is, rationality or intelligence doesn't necessarily imply the existence of mental states. Like, for example, today, the assistant in here is very rational in some sense, but I don't associate any mental states with it. And even things that do have mental states, such as humans, we don't act rationally all the time. We can be very stupid sometimes. But even given that, I think that we can go on and deconstruct our question as asking, can machines be rational or can they act rational? And notice the two questions. This is because of this duality that we cannot know when to separate what's going on in there and what we see is going on there. Which kind of brings us to mental states now. And this again is another can of worms, because there are so many mental states out there. We never know what they are. They could be things such as emotions, perceptions, reactions, memory, and whatever fancy things goes us within us or within animals there. So that means that when we're trying to deconstruct our question, especially when we're trying to deconstruct it into asking if thinking machines can have mental states or act as if they do, we should really bear this diversity in mind and not lose track. Because right now, if you look at the way that we talk about thinking machines, originally terms such as sapience or sentience means very different thing. But we all bunch all them together and say, okay, consciousness. Hey, wait on a second. They don't need to necessarily mean the same thing. Which kind of brings us to the big one, which is understanding think as consciousness. And I want to begin this and preface this by saying that just the mere existence of mental states or acting as if you have mental states doesn't necessarily entail that you are conscious. And to think of this, we have a concept called the philosophical zombie. Imagine that there's someone just like me or just like anyone you know. They live, breathe, and do exactly like you do. They come to work, they have relationships, they have family, they have everything. It's just that in their head, it's all blank. They're always just reacting. Nothing is going on in there. They're just doing as society does. How would you know that this person is conscious? But intuitively right now, we don't think them of conscious because I know that nothing is going on in the brain. I know this because consciousness for us is something deeply, deeply personal. It is what makes you you right now. Only you know how this thing feels like. Only I know how I'm conscious. So we tend to say that, hey, the philosophical zombie does not have this self-awareness. They don't have this quintessential human experience. And this is kind of where most sci-fi today kind of lies at. What would happen if machines can get to this thing called consciousness? Because that thing is very special. But to this I'm going to say, wait a second. I want to introduce the idea of an anthropomorphic value judgment. That is when we throw values, human values, on something that is non-human. For example, it's often for us that we fear the dark and we associate myths with the dark. If you're Mauritian, you probably might have heard of the myth, the Bolom Sunga. You know, you just try to humanize it. And there's nothing wrong with this. It's just us being humans. But what I think is important is to notice that to say that consciousness, our consciousness is somehow special, is at the end of the day an anthropomorphic value judgment. Because we have it, we think it's special. That doesn't have to be the case. Again, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. It's important to recognize that it's something that only we have, or we think we have, and somehow it's special objectively. That doesn't need to be the case. And this kind of opens the door to what I like to call non-anthropomorphic thought. This is a form of thought, or the possible existence of a form of thought that is completely different from what we know, completely different from what we observe in nature. And usually this idea kind of comes up in sci-fi and talks as well. It's when we talk of super intelligences, of, you know, the singularity and whatnot. But to this again, I'm like, hey, wait on a second. It's very easy for us to talk of the part where this non-anthropomorphic thought is more powerful than us, but that's just because of the anthropomorphic value judgment of fear. But these kind of thoughts don't necessarily need to be more powerful. They can be less powerful. They can be something we can't even compare, like apples and oranges. And I think it's really important to establish or even recognize that these kind of thought may exist. I'm not saying they do. I'm just saying that they may exist. Which again brings us to the last bit of our foundation or framework. And here we've understood the word think as either meaning rationality, mental state, consciousness, and non-anthropomorphic thought. And for now, you already know the drill. These are the questions that we can then rephrase it into, which kind of leads us to the end, and we can look at our framework. Since we have 5 questions here, or phrasing, 3 here and 8 also here, we now have 120 permutations of questions. And we can now freely mix these questions together. Like we could pick this one and ask, hey, is it actually possible that networks have mental states? which is a very different question from asking, can we build Turing machines that act conscious? And this is the point that I really want to show you here. We started from a place where can machines think was this whole big old question, but we broke it down until we now have 120 very interesting questions that are all very different from each other. But then you might say, hey, Jose, yeah, you started with a question, you never answered us, and you gave us 120 more questions. Yeah, true, but as I said, these questions are clearer now. It's going to really help us further analyze, contextualize, and hopefully find answers to our original question. But the most amazing thing that we can do now is have kind of a bird's eye view. We can start asking questions about these questions themselves. So we can start to say, hey, are these questions even valid? Do they mean anything? Or are all of them valid? And if yes, they are, how should we answer them? What's the methods behind answering them? As in, should we just sit and scratch our chins and do philosophy? Or should we go out there and try to build them? Should we look for these things? Is it more of a psychological, cognitive science kind of questions? We can now ask these things. Another thing is, are they all just yes and no questions? Like, can machines think? Yes, but is that enough? Or should we be giving something more? Or are they well phrased? I don't know if you know this joke. You might be saying, hey, does your boss know that you didn't come to work today? If you say yes, or you say no, that kind of implies that you didn't come to work. But that doesn't mean that the answers are bad. That just means that it's a wrongly phrased questions. So we can then ask ourselves, hey, are these questions well phrased? And really another interesting thing that we can do now is, if we go back, we can start to think of what's the relationship between these questions. Is building a Turing machine the same thing as knowing about networks? Or should we build Turing machines? What's the relationship that it's actually possible? We can mix and match and, get even more interesting questions. And I've talked about this to a friend who does philosophy with me at uni, and the thing that she said was, hey, you now have 120 PhD theses. Just answer these questions. But well, and this kind of leads me to the last point, to me, which is kind of, again, the most important point, is because we have this framework. We have this framework about a question. And as I said, we can now question that very thing itself. And the way that I like to think about this is, just take ChatGPT again. We've used it, a lot of us have used it. If tomorrow ChatGPT let's just say you got introduced to it, and it starts replying to you like a 2-year-old child would do. You wouldn't be very impressed with it. But what if tomorrow you find a 2-year-old child who replies like ChatGPT? Now that is worrying. Like, what are you feeding to that kid? But see what's happening here. It's the very same idea, but applied to a human. Because we just now shifted the context from heavily intelligent machines to somehow a kid that feels like ChatGPT. Then maybe what that kind of shows us is, are we actually being limited by just thinking of machines? Maybe it's not a question of machines at the end of the day. It's a question of intelligence or super intelligence. And as I said, because we have intelligence, that is something that is very common to us and special to us as humans. Is it then, just the human in us, trying to think about something that is just as human as us? I don't know, and I'm not going to answer these questions for now because that's kind of at the end. I thank you all, especially the organizers and everyone who attended. Thank you very much. You can find today's slides in this link, and do definitely check out the philosophical.com and frontend.mu. Thank you. Do we have questions?
I invite you to ask a question and give it away.
Thank you.
Any of them, if they don't have a question.
Oh, I didn't know how to ask a question, but does anyone have a question they want to ask?
I have a question.
Yes.
Actually, also a software developer, but
Yeah.
I'm also in the research community.
Yeah.
It's a really different approach, scientific approach.
Yeah.
From philosophy, I don't know a lot in philosophy.
Yeah.
So when you have this framework, you destructure it into those 120 questions. Do you have a means to answer that initial questions, maybe doing an average of all the Boolean things?
No, I don't, because I don't know what these methods are. That's the point I'm trying to get at here. Yes, as I said, if you are doing scientific research and using the scientific methodology as we define it today, that could be one way. But does it have to be the only way? For example, is it much more of personal experiences? Will it just more, could somehow people, like take literature for example, like there is a stream of literature just called stream of consciousness where people just write down what they think. Is an analysis of these things, not using scientific tool but more humanities-like tool, going to give us to that thing that is consciousness? I do not know, but I guess we'll know by trying though. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, so from what I'm getting, it's more about an exploratory.
Who's speaking?
It's still me.
Oh, sorry. There, yeah, go on. I don't see you well there. Go on.
Yeah. Sorry. So it's so from what I understand, it's that destructuring framework is more about an exploratory phase of a research, maybe.
Yeah, you could start with this. You could start with just I have now a clearer picture. I can just pick one of them and dig even deeper, and that is something that in philosophical methodology is very common. We start with a concept and we go like, okay, do we really understand what that concept means? We then go on and make it, more formal. You remember earlier when I answered his question, I said we have formal tools today that help us do that. We do these and then we grab it. I'm like, okay, I'm good right now. This is my space. I'm going to do my research in there. So yeah, you could definitely see that as exploratory. Yeah. Any more questions? No? Yeah, please.
Just something passing through the mind.
Yeah.
So thinking is like when we want to explore the unknown.
Go on.
Did machine want to explore the unknown? Very good.
Great. Because this kind of brings me back to here. Would you include exploration of the unknown here? Probably.
Yeah, I see it.
So that's the thing. It kind of now becomes even tougher for us to answer that question. But that is not a bad sign, because if we go back here, we have 120 questions. But if you could take a concept like mental states, break it down further, I would obviously give you more questions, but it gives you more clarity as you go. It's like you have a light in the dark and you explore as you go. And one way definitely of exploring that is, what if it's about exploration? Yeah.
If we can go further on that.
Yeah, sure.
So what we must take into consideration is what happened at t-1. T time. Take time for t. T equal to 0, it's where the thing happens. What happened at t-1? Is it still thinking?
Yeah, I'm just as good as you are right now. Again, you could, but still, the more of these questions that you have, we can simply just pop it in there. Pop it in there, pop it in there, makes things clearer. I'm sorry, I don't know much about cognitive science or even the philosophy of mind, but my initial response to that would be just, hey, just pop it in there, make things clearer.
Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah.
Anyone else?
Come on, don't be shy. Do we have time?
I've got just maybe more a reflection than really a question, but thinking for human beings, think, and there is this sentence and this word among your presentation is seems to be something natural for human beings.
Yeah.
The natural aspect of thinking is so obvious. It's like an inner ability for each and everyone to feel alive, to feel, to be conscious. You have made an incredible presentation about thinking, and the three words you have associated then make so many combinations. At the end, you have built a framework which is really, really interesting, that brings us so much more questions all around that. It's really, really rich thinking you have offered us, and it's quite typical of a software engineer, the ability to code and to break everything and then to rebuild and give matters for thinking.
Yeah.
You make me thinking more than before now.
Well, that was kind of the point,
Very,
so I'm happy that
thank you very
happened.
much. It's more a reflection, as I've just said. I will have probably loads of questions for you, but it takes some time to make sure because
Yeah.
it was really quick today for me.
There's one question. Yeah.
Now, a
Cedric.
question, a real question, not only you have it. Great.
Yeah. Hello?
Hello.
Is it working? Yeah. So simple question. You have your framework. You're a human, I assume, right? So have you tried have you tried exploring those questions with tools such as ChatGPT or other competitors, and has it brought up answers or even more questions?
Yes, I did. Obviously, in trying to prepare this presentation, like, hey, GPT, give me some ideas. I definitely, I'm not going to lie, that happened. But that brings me to this thing that I said kind of here. Because as I was feeding it to ChatGPT, this is what went through my mind. What it's actually doing is just looking at a really large text of body, manipulating that thing, giving me something out of it. So when I was exploring it in that sense, what occurred to me was, hey, if somehow tomorrow someone gives me an argument saying, hey, I don't think that GPT can think, what you're really saying is you just don't think that a Turing machine programmed this way can think. But we know that there are 120 other more questions that you didn't kind of answer. But I think the questions I'm getting from everyone here is really nice because you're asking questions. You are trying to explore. You are seeing it from your perspective and you're saying, hey, what if this could happen? What do you mean by this? And I want you to keep that spirit kind of, because this is really the spirit of enlarging that framework, if that makes sense. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thanks. And I will have more questions that will mature up
Sure.
later. Thanks.
Anything else? Anyone else?
In fact, another reflection. I realized that you make me think that machine cannot think. I don't know if it's a good statement, but it's a duplicate of human thinking. Really powerful machinery.
François,
Genius.
that mic is not working.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know.
For
if
streaming, it's not working.
All right. So I tried to make my statement again. You make me think that in fact, that machine cannot think. It's only is very reductive, but let's say it's a duplicate of thinking, and it's a very incredible machinery that the AI is. But I don't, in my opinion, when I'm listening to you, I am following you with very great interest. At the end, I think machine not really thinks. Maybe I've already changed a bit my mind.
Well, to be honest with you, to me, that the answer to that is just I genuinely don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. But
It's
even that,
it's a nice, really powerful duplicating
Yeah.
of thinking. Yeah.
even the problem with answering that question is, again, the problem with trying to understand what think. Because, for example, if I'm asking you, what is your nationality? You come up to me, I'll say I'm Mauritian. That implies that in the background that you know what a nationality is. The problem again with it is like, okay, I don't think that machines can think. Do you know what think is? That's, to me, is one of the, the biggest core of the problem. As I said, it's the philosophical kind of worm, which I don't even know we're going to be able to answer.
What I have is the language. The language I have, I think, because I am mastering humbly one language among so many thousands of languages that can be for the software, but that can be for tribal and other people and civilization across the world.
Yeah, and that is interesting because have you heard of the Turing test? It's a test which was not called the Turing test. It was actually called the imitation game in a paper wrote by Alan Turing, commonly known as the founder of modern computing, where he starts the paper by saying, hey, I don't know what thinking is, but I'm just going to say that thinking is just like the use of language. That is why you have this thing where, okay, you're going to feed in language prompts to a computer and see if it replies just like a human. That, again, language, to start with language is a really interesting way of doing it. And the advantage that I think of starting with language is Coming back to something that you said was, where do we stop? The thing is, linguistics today, we have some very powerful tools there. So we can really combine the insights from linguistics or the philosophy of language and kind of turn it this way. And there is a very interesting area of philosophy called the analytic philosophy of mind that kind of uses these tools. They take language, they formalize it somehow mathematically and try to come to conclusions about it. So yeah, definitely a good place to start.
Thank you very much.
No more questions? Or another reflection? Or
So we can have the quiz moment of a very good question. What kind of question will you think?
oh, so I
Horace.
should be coming up with a question?
Yes, to the audience, and then
I think we can. I mean, I'm going to have the answer here. I'll try on my phone. Oh, no, I don't have ChatGPT here. Maybe someone who has a trivia generation game can help me get some questions. I don't really
it can be
know.
a question about your slides. Just yeah,
Oh,
these
yeah.
are very rich
Sure.
slides.
We can do that. How many phrasings was there in the category of think? Someone's listening. Yeah, it was actually, I mean, we have 8 there technically, but if you paid really attention, I said that these could, so not limitless, but it can go, not at least, the correct answer would have been at least 8, but yeah, I think.
It deserves the gift.
Yeah.
Really,
Yeah.
very fine. Congratulations.
He didn't feel about it.
All right, then I think that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Uzier. Wonderful presentation, wonderful people here around you and with you. We feel very comfortable. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Et tu repars?
Mardi soir.
Et il pleut pendant vos vacances.
Ouais.
Après, je vais pour le travail. Hein. Faut quand même.
Ah,
Même si j'ai envoyé des photos, c'était pas vraiment du travail. Je suis là pour Paris. Ouais.
C'est le temps parisien qui est venu.
Là, parce que là, quand même, là, il fait 28, là, il fait à peu près 3 degrés, 2 degrés à Paris.
chaud. Et tu restes où là?
Là, on a pris un hôtel à Tamarin.
Ah, ça va?
Ouais. Ça donne un jeu.
Guys, hello. Thanks for Publicis for having us here today. The conversation is a roundtable on artificial intelligence, so lots to talk about. We will leave some time at the end for questions. I'm happy to have with us on my right, SM, Subramania, Munisami. I have to his right, let me get my notes, Sarvesh Desai, and I have to his right Thomas Reyes and Ish Sukan. So I will start by doing the introductions. Ish Sukan, system architect at La Sentinelle, designs its cloud infrastructure and currently lead development of L'Express.mu, one of the biggest websites on the island. He's been a Linux user for over 2 decades now, and an active contributor to the OpenSUSE Linux project for more than 10 years. Wow. I have a keen interest in internet policies in the region, and I keep a close eye on African community. Okay. I volunteer in technical committee of the Mauritius Internet Exchange Point. I maintain Linux mirrors in Mauritius for OpenSUSE, Ubuntu, and a few more. I am an open source enthusiast with a strong Linux background, and since the past 2 years, I have picked up an interest in web development, particularly working on PHP, Laravel, Tailwind, CSS, Alpine.js, and Livewire projects, lovingly called the tall stack. I have no idea what that means. In the past, I've worked for providers based in Europe. I spoke at conferences in Tunisia, Uganda, Germany, and Bali, Indonesia. And lastly, I helped to make the MSCC DevCom awesome every year. And we thank you for that, Ish, very much. And then I go to Thomas. Thomas is a digital technology expert from Paris. He began his career as a developer in various startups focused on web development. He then joined Toluna. He said it better. A scaling company specializing in market research, where he played a key role in enabling brands to easily connect with consumer panels. 10 years ago, Thomas moved to Publicis as technical director, where he began working on strategic marketing platforms for brands, as well as participating in significant digital business transformations. Thomas has witnessed and adapted to groundbreaking changes in technology and working methods, and continues to eagerly anticipate the next major innovations. Thomas, thank you for being here today in Mauritius.
Thank you to be here.
Excellent. I'll pass on to Sarvesh. Psychology in the workplace is Sarvesh Desai's area of predilection. Sorry, Sarvesh. Where some of the issues he addresses, including leadership development, psychometric evaluation, psychosocial factors, and emotional intelligence. Having evolved in diverse environments in the USA, France, Italy, Portugal, and Mauritius, his understanding of different contexts gives him an array of unique perspectives and solutions. Having spent a few years studying Mauritius, Sarvesh is especially skilled at adapting solutions to the wide environment and needs and complexities of the island and its culture. He founded Forward Psychology Consulting to bring specialized psychology services to companies and individuals alike. Over the 11 years Sarvesh has been working in Mauritius, he has collaborated with the public and private sectors as well as NGOs. Sarvesh, thank you.
Glad to be here.
And SM Subramania, was chair of the board of directors of Afrinic, the regional internet registry for Africa and the Indian Ocean region. He serves as member of the RFC Independent Submissions Editorial Board and as cryptographic officer of the DNSSEC root zone. He is a subject matter expert on internet application protocols, security, privacy, IPv6, with over 2 decades of experience in internet-related standards and policy users. And I would like to add a personal friend.
Thank you.
Good stuff. Guys, that was longer than anticipated introduction, so I'm going to go right into it. One sentence, answers only. I'm going to pass the microphone. We'll go in that direction. In one sentence, what is AI for you? One sentence.
AI is about getting the machine to do what a human can do.
AI is getting help and assistance where possible and where needed.
L'IA, pour moi, c'est une révolution qui va transformer drastiquement notre façon de vivre et travailler dans les prochaines années.
Just another tool in my toolbox.
That was varied and very interesting. So, the term is extremely broad with 2 distinct words, A for artificial and I for intelligence. Can we really assume that today's technology is intelligent? How do you define an artificial system as intelligent? I'll go to Thomas first for that one.
Comment je définis? Déjà, je pense que pour parler d'intelligence, il faut aussi faire le corollaire entre machine et l'humain. Pour moi, de ce que je fais des études et de mon expertise, c'est qu'on ne sait pas forcément super bien qualifier aussi l'intelligence humaine. Donc si on veut comparer intelligence artificielle à intelligence humaine, il y a déjà un sujet, c'est comment marche l'intelligence humaine. Et il y a 2 choses que je veux aussi distinguer, c'est qu'on parle d'intelligence, donc c'est comment traiter un problème, et de conscience, qui sont 2 choses complètement différentes. Et du coup, je pense qu'actuellement, les machines ou les moteurs d'intelligence artificielle modernes arrivent à répondre à des problématiques de façon statistique, en appliquant des pattern statistiques pour répondre de façon mathématique à des problèmes. Donc effectivement, elles sont intelligentes parce qu'elles répondent à des problèmes, mais par contre, elles sont loin de l'intelligence humaine qui est adossée à notre conscience.
Sarvesh?
French or English?
As you wish. English.
Okay.
You've been told.
All right. Well, you think about, like Thomas said, we just have this dichotomy, intelligence, conscience, and so on. So, like I was saying earlier, AI is a tool. If we use it properly, it can just assist human intelligence. But if we want to understand intelligence, it's simply the capacity to do something, to acquire some method to do something. Understanding, once again. The way you understand things gives meaning to what you're doing. So without the meaning, whatever you do is kind of obsolete. So how to make technology intelligent? If technology understands, based on criteria we define, which brings into the equation, once again, conscience. So you can't dissociate one from the other. Wherein, I think we're going to develop a bit on ethics and so on afterwards, but that's the beauty of this round table, because you can't say one without the other, but we don't need them to mix. Can they mix? No one knows.
I
think we started, thanks Mr. Dusai, that was a very insightful comment. We started with the word AI. Nowadays, sometimes in discussion we see the words AGI, I mean the term AGI being used. It's artificial general intelligence. It's a bit different from AI because AI is quite vague in a way that, I mean, Loic or Ish could write some software to and say this is AI. I was listening to Thomas' excellent presentation on LLMs and all. You could call it AI. So what's AI? It's not just one sentence. We started with one sentence. If we get it, we are talking about artificial general intelligence. I think you mentioned consciousness. Does intelligence mean consciousness? You know, it opens a lot of questions about, because when we say intelligence, it can mean many things to many people.
That's okay. You got Mike. Go for it.
All right. So the crust of your question was that how do you find this, let's say, technology that is smart or intelligent? So in my line of work, a piece of software which is intelligent is one that can take certain decisions based on certain criteria, certain scenario. For example, if I have a system that is self-healing under certain conditions of high traffic, or if it is going down, it is being broken, it doesn't have to wait for human intervention. It understands that it is failing, it is dying, so it repairs itself. So in 2023, the more you see these kind of applications, technologies, software everywhere, you can, by definition, call them as intelligent systems. I think so. SM may disagree.
I'm just going to bounce back on your answers, more specifically to Salvesh. Measuring intelligence, human intelligence, with the ethic question that goes into it, we may have found intelligence already and don't actually realize it. Or it's come to fruition, but we're not yet able to understand it. That might be ongoing at the moment.
You mean found in software? Well, to begin with, we do have lots of types of intelligences based on what theory you do. But once again, we are perhaps defined by our limitations of knowledge. We get to the edge of knowledge, we think we know everything, but then something happens, we see that we missed one point. So this is it's a never-ending quest. Have we found it here? Maybe, maybe not. But we need to define what we're seeking. If we understand what we are seeking, excuse me, then we may have a chance of finding it. But do we create something that didn't exist before to say we found it? Or was it there in the first place? I think that's where the artificial comes into play. What are we looking for?
Okay. Maybe to Thomas, I'll need the mic for this. Thomas, I mean, you've got lengthy experience. How do you see that in your workplace, and how do you see the adoption of AI in your workplace? Are you seeing what's happening at OpenAI and going to your staff, use that now? Or is it your staff going, oh, I found this, and maybe we should play around with it? What's the system you're going through at the moment?
For the moment, I guess that everyone in my teams is looking by itself on these tools to have some help in their daily works. Today, we start to think globally in the agency how we can make it more professional, more secure, and more relevant for the next time. But it's something that is going to grow in the next months. Everyone is going to use. In textiles, we have a lot of tools to help code. We are reaching, or we are seeking for some tool to help for QA as well, for test the application. So it's something that will be a real growth and use in the next months and years. But something that a lot of people are fear about, yes, but if intelligence artificial is working for me, what am I going to do? But it's something that I told to them is that when I start to develop, each time, maybe to create a server for a website, I need to take the machine, to set up the machine, to install the OS, I need to install all the package, the application. So I take maybe 1 week to deploy one website. Today, it's only 5 minutes. So it's just a new tool to automate the work. It will help people to be focused on the main value, on what they can produce, the best of them. So it's just a tool for them to help of productivity.
That's very interesting. Isn't that slightly scary as well?
Sorry?
Isn't that slightly scary for some staff as well?
I don't think so.
Okay. Ish, do you want to jump on that one?
I agree with Thomas when he says that it has improved a lot. It has helped workplaces improve a lot in the past few months. But we need to make a distinction that AI is not. A lot of people talk about AI after whatever OpenAI and ChatGPT did. But AI existed much before that, decades before that. And a lot of companies, even in Mauritius, had already been deploying solutions using machine learning, whether you go to companies that have deployed network appliances that detect anomalies in the network and propose recommendations. You go in the medical sector, you will find different sorts of tools that can analyze reports and provide recommendations. So AI was here. What ChatGPT did, it revolutionized in a sense that the common man started thinking about, wow, this is awesome. I can just ask this thing to write an essay, and it writes an essay. And that essay that is produced is so human-like. And just because of this new revolution, a lot of people are talking about AI now, and you can find AI tools in almost everything. In one area where I was not really expecting AI to touch was, I come from I come from a system administration, how do you call that?
Background.
And I still like to do things in my own way, very human-centric. Thomas won't like that answer because he prefers the 5 minutes everything is set up. I'm still a kind of a guy who would say, no, I'm going to set up the VM myself.
So you're still setting up 2 servers for one website?
Yeah, I still do that way. But recently I've seen a lot of tools that have really facilitated this area. Now, you ask a thing about the scary part in this thing. It's where we need to really think, will all these tools really improve productivity, or just have dumb people using a lot of tools and not, rely on the technology and not putting that human, that human quotient into the work. So I think that there's a thin line there, which you can, a gray area where you can say, yes, this part is scary. Because if you rely too much on the AI part and your personnel are so much dependent on that thing, then it becomes scary.
That brings me to my next question, which is a tough question. I'm going to pass it over to you, SM. Okay. Isn't AI another form of cyber colonialism?
Thank you for this very interesting question. You have to define cyber whatever. I think the question is more about there's a world with a lot of countries. Some countries are, let's say, a bit more, I don't like to use the word developed, but unfortunately that's the word which we use nowadays. In terms of technology, let's take Mauritius for example. We are still some way to go in terms of technology. Some might call it cyber colonialism, but it's for us to reflect upon it and see how we're going to do it. I would like to pick on something which is said and you've been using the word tools and all when you're talking about AI. When you talk about tools, it's more about repetitive tasks. It's about automation. And I would say automation is something which we were discussing in Mauritius like 25 years ago. Let's not in my opinion, it should not be confused with AI. It's not really the same thing. Thank you.
I'm just going to pass it on to Sarvesh for what are you seeing? Basically, you've traveled around, and more to the point, what are you seeing in Mauritius when you have to, I imagine, advise or listen to people in the workplace in terms of, are they scared? Are they happy? Are they excited? When you're speaking to management or upper above in companies, what's the feeling here, basically?
Well, different people take it differently. Some see it as a threat, some see it as an ally. So, based on your beliefs, kind of, because it's at the very edge of what we know, so for now. But people are generally very receptive towards it. They want to see it, how they can...
Do you have any examples?
Well, we do... It's a mix of AI and automation, just to pick up on both said. So, people are actually using ChatGPT to learn how to use what they know. People have a lot of knowledge. They just don't know how to organize it, how to use it properly. So they kind of use that to understand themselves. So in that way, it's very beneficial. So, but I just want to rebound a bit on what Ish said. People may become dependent. They get lazy to think. What happens afterwards? Like a muscle.
That's a really good point. Are you worried about that?
It's already the case in a way.
So we've missed the boat.
When we realize, oh, it's been happening all along. But kind of like social media, Google just changed the way we think.
Yeah.
We don't memorize things anymore. 3 clicks, done. It's information. So we stop memorizing things. So the way this new generation, well, not this new generation, every single person from Google has started thinking differently. The way we perceive information, we memorize things, we understand things. We have become, I don't want to say shallow, but we invest much less effort into learning things.
Yeah.
But that's not always bad, because we have freed up resources to do other things. Because take in the workplace, automation and AI, they help us with certain tasks. That leaves us with more resources that we can use to be more creative, to find new solutions and so on. So it depends on the context. I think the key word for me here is context. So you can't just copy paste everything everywhere. Just because it's good in that country and that company doesn't mean it's going to work for you. So adaptation, that is the key trait of human beings. If we had not adapted, we'd have been dead by now. So we have to keep adapting, AI or not AI. No matter what happens afterwards, we need to just not be on our toes, but just be careful not to become too dependent unless Terminator becomes true.
Wow, that last line, Terminator becoming true, is something I've been thinking about. Being a child of the 80s, I'm sure a lot of you can actually... Anyway, I'm going to move on. Duma, okay, so I feel we're on the verge of the next human evolution. I think you've alluded to that. Famously, Sandeep Pichai, CEO of Google, was quoted in 2018 saying AI is one of the most important things humanity is working on. It is more profound than, I don't know, electricity or fire. Do you believe that?
Yes, I believe, but it's some different way, because to go back on AI and technology are changing how we're working, but AI and the way how that we are going to interact with them and how we are going to train them, it's also something that is help us to take a look on the humankind as well. So I have some examples. So when Google work on the automatic car driving, they have an issue because they need at some point to train the AI to take the worst decision ever, is to kill someone or someone else. So they create a tools called the Mortal Machine. So it's an exercise that they done the website with a lot of people, where you have to choose, you are a car driver, you have to turn on the right to if you turn on the right, you will kill a woman, or if you turn on the left, you are going to kill. What is your choice? So it was something very interesting in this study, is that we see that between the region and the world, or between the people, the answer is not the same. And they are going to prepare a pattern to say, finally, there are not real answers to the answers. It's just a feeling, and it's something that right now the system or the computer can't understand. So they have a revolution in terms of what we are going to do with AI in terms of daily basis, but how also we want to train the AI to have some human reaction.
Okay. Yes, I'm just gonna go for it.
Yeah, I'm going to react to what you said. Sorry, I'm not a moderator, but I have an opinion. What we are talking about is algorithms. Okay, let's say I build a car. It's a self-driving car, and I'm driving on a road. There's Rick here, my personal friend, and there's. Let me take an example. Mr. Desai, somebody who I just met today. And the car goes out of control. If I turn to the left, I'm going to hit my personal friend. And I turn to the right, I'm going to hit Mr. Desai, somebody whom I just met today. Okay? This is an algorithm which is not thinking. It's like a flow chart. It's going to make a decision. And somebody went to code this algorithm. Okay? So what did the person put in there? That's the question. How does this algorithm work? Because at the end of the day, what we are doing what you call, I think it's called, please correct me, a value judgment, in a way, about which person.
Minimal loss.
Yeah, minimal loss in a way. And it's a computer deciding about it. How does the computer work? There's been a debate about that, about algorithms. Not really AI. Let's try, it's good to unpack it a bit. There are different things like automation, algorithm. Then there's large language model, something which you talk about. Thank you.
Ish, do you want to throw in the hat?
Not in this particularly, but I'll come back to to a comment that Hassan made. When I was saying that 10 years ago, for many years, AI has been here in the industry. I used the term AI, but we're more specifically talking about machine learning, which was present in Cisco devices, Fortinet devices to detect network anomalies. I was not confusing that part with DevOps. DevOps, what I'm saying that in this new era, you see a lot of tools, and I'm calling them tools with AI. And the thing is, they are not here to do our repetitive task. Automation has been here for a long time. The new tools in the DevOps industry is that I do nothing. I just think and I say what I need. For example, IBM and Red Hat are working on a new DevOps tool. It's still in preview. It's not available for public. I got access to part of that preview where they're working, I think, with a big insurance company in United States to convert all their old COBOL code base into Java. And in that same scenario, they're also working on what kind of Ansible playbooks they need to write to develop this new infrastructure. This thing, previously, system admins like me had to spend weeks or even months planning a new kind of infrastructure, what to write, the playbooks here and there. But playbooks, whether Terraform, Ansible, or any other software, are not being written by human beings anymore. Those playbooks are being written by machines now. So here it's not just automation. It's not the old automation. It's a new thing in the game. And that's why I say people like me start feeling uncomfortable because I'm used to the old system. I write things myself and I can ask maybe somebody else, hey, can you verify this for me? Everything is good. But today it's the machine who writes it for me and I have to verify that whether the machine did it right. And sometimes it's like the machine did it better than yourself. It did it better than what you would have written. And that's where you start, feeling a bit judgmental. So that was what I was trying to say in the previous one.
So you turn left or right?
Well, you didn't
No,
give me.
you're writing code. Okay, you're writing code. Sorry, you're writing the code.
Yeah.
Okay, because let's try to keep it very simple. Let's try to take out the magic out of AI. You're writing code. It could be a person writing code. On the left, there's Loic. On the right, sorry about it. There's you.
I'm
So,
used to
so what would you tell your code to do? Sorry. Rather, how would you tell your code to take this decision?
Just to lighten the burden on your shoulders for this answer, how, I think, is more to the point.
I cannot teach the machine to be more human. I would have if I have to take that decision, I will try to be as human as possible, as humane as possible. And it's very difficult at this point in time to teach that computer to be that. And I don't think I can answer that. Answer the question.
Okay, let's move on that hot question. Should we regulate AI? SM, I'm going to go straight for you for that, and then I'll pass the microphone over.
There's been a lot of talk about regulation of AI. I didn't really follow it, but I know that the conference in the UK that was last week, the heads of states made some statements about regulation of AI. I know that Europe is setting a regulation framework for AI. Okay, that's Europe. There are a lot of regulations. There's something about digital act and all as well.
Regulations.
Yeah. First of all, we should step back a bit and try to figure out why are we regulating something. Is it because it's dangerous? Is it because we don't understand it? Is it out of fear? Because I think everybody said there's chat GPT out there, and I think Ish uses that as an example where we made AI accessible to the masses. Okay. And when we made it accessible, what we found out is that, okay, previously I used to go on Google, I would do a search, I would have to sift through 200 results and figure out what's the best answer. Nowadays, I go in a little box, which is called the prompt box. We type a question. I did it with images and all, and it spits out an answer in a few seconds. Okay. This sounds fascinating to some people, especially people in tech. Why? Because let's say it's less work for us. When we write code, previously we would go to Stack Overflow. Nowadays, we don't have to go to Stack Overflow and copy and paste code. We just say, please give me some code which will help me grab the web page. That's interesting, but AI, I think it raises a lot of questions, ethical questions and all. So, would I call for regulation right now? Not really. At the same time, it's good to have the discussion, the debate about it.
I think the real discussion started now. Because we have been touching this thing since we started talking. But the important part, I think, is AI is human-like, but not human. AI can never learn some things that humans do. Empathy, feelings, emotions. AI can learn the definitions of feelings and emotions, but can AI feel the emotions? To answer this big question, A or B, friend or foe, friend or friend, friend or animal, wife or mistress, sorry. But
That's a good one.
Choices. But then again, the programmer defines this choice. The programmer feels and defines and understands. Can machine do that by itself? So if you had to, applications of AI start in maybe court cases, would they decide the judgment? How can they know? Black or white? Binary, I know it's IT, but some things have nuances. Shades, not just 50, but more than that. But you think about that. We are not yet, I think I agree with SM here, we have not yet reached the level that we can regulate, because if we do regulate some things, we cannot develop further. And we might need this additional knowledge before we can decide anything. So, yes and no for certain things, but we could be limiting ourselves if we try to do that. But we must always bear in mind the programmer, the person, the human being that codes decides the results. Garbage in, garbage out.
Thomas, just before I get to you to answer that question, so we're talking about if AI needs to be regulated. Okay, so my question to you, because you're based in Paris in the EU, is how is your feeling to that regulation that's imminently coming from the EU?
For the initiative regulation is mostly about the data and data privacy. In France and in Europe, we have strong data policy rules. So for everyone is coming on the website, we have to ask them if they want to be tracked on the data, or if we can keep their personal data. And all their personal data should be stored in Europe as well. So it's a global regulation that they want to extend to the AI. So it's a concept. One thing interesting that we did some study, and in France, for instance, 60% of the people don't want to track their data, and they want to keep privacy. So they click, I don't want to be tracked. So I guess it will be the same for the AI. But something that I want to come back is that on the LLM patterns, they not have a real developer that are going to explain to the AI how to understand or how to be empathic, for instance. It's something that we have models. For the model, we will feed with a lot of data sets. So it's a data set is some human production. And from this human production, it will define a pattern. And for the instance where I could be scared is in USA, they made a test to put all the judgment that done by the court from the decade in a model, and they take all the late case that they have to take what is going to help people to take the judge to take the decision. And the fear was that in the case where a young black American was cause, the system says in 99% is culpable. But it's not the system itself. They just look at the data set, and in the data set, 99% of the black people was culpable. So the system says, so if it's black, it's culpable. So this is the warning, is that it's a model, but the model, it will be filled by the human, but the human data set by the human knowledge, and now we have to keep care of the human knowledge, but that's it.
That's a great answer. Just before I pass the question to Ish.
Getting to something like that, we said, you are talking about algorithm bias. That's a bit different, because I think getting back to our discussion, Isha was talking about it, and even Mr. Dusai was talking about it. It's about, okay, how we take a decision, we have to write code. It's not really AI, we have to write code. Somebody is taking the decision. If I'm writing the code, I'm taking the decision. If my boss, I work for, I don't know, ABC, XYZ company, I'm writing the code, yes, but the company is giving me directive how the code should be written. So it can put, for example, maybe my boss told me the code should be written in such a way that I prioritize people from Mauritius versus people from Paris, for example. This is a bias in my algorithm. There'll be a debate about it for maybe 5 or 6 years, something like this. Now we are talking about AI. AI is a bit different. Coming back to what you are saying, I think about the concerns in the EU, it was about data. not really about how the algorithms work. It's data, because especially for Europe, data is there's been this privacy framework because with all the apps, the internet, and all. So we can say the debate is about the regulation of data, because if I go and take, for example, this company which was in the news 2 weeks ago, 1 week ago, they have this model which is called, okay, I won't mention the name. Where does the data come from? Somebody went to the internet, he went to go and pick all this data and all. Is it okay to go online to pick all the data? Is it okay if, let's take Mauritius for example. Let's try, sorry, I'm going to use a local example. Let's say in Mauritius, I can pick the birth date, the family history, because it's available in our civil registry records. I can pick this up to do something good. Should I, a company or even a government put it in a model and all? So this is the other question about AI. It's the data. Sorry.
If I may, just before we get to Ish, I think you brought up a really interesting question on the scraping of the data and its origins, and maybe that might be a form of regulation that is needed as well. We work for a news publication. I'm pretty much sure our website has been scraped. Ish, do you want to?
Many times.
Yeah. Do you want to hop into this hot one?
I'll continue on what you guys were answering, because that's a very interesting one. Thomas gave a very a perfect example, and you all mentioned data protection, and that is why exactly. Okay, I'm going to be a bit of a party pooper here, because everybody said no regulation. I'm going to say there needs to be at least a little bit of regulation, and the answer to that is because of what we saw with data protection. Let's call it mid-2000s, SM, if I'm not wrong, the dot-com boom around the world. Internet became the big thing.
A lot earlier.
Yeah, a lot earlier. No, but the 2000s is usually considered the dot-com boom around the world, not just America or Europe, but the whole world. And soon after, people started realizing that now we have a big problem. Because of this thing called internet, people's data is almost everywhere, and there is no one controlling that. And it is going out of control. It is being misused, and that's wrong. A similar thing can happen with AI if it is not regulated at the beginning. I'm not saying AI is bad, AI is barbon, AI is scary or whatever, but there can be misuse of AI, and that part is wrong. That part needs to be regulated. In what areas AI or the application of AI is good for humanity, and in what areas the application of artificial intelligence, ML, and the whole thing is not good for humanity. In the absence of regulation, the negative part can happen, and everybody can go free. You can have big corporations doing really bad things behind the scenes, and when the poor little Ish is going to sue that big company, they say, no, there's no regulation. You cannot sue us because there's no regulation. How are you using this thing on your data or on other stuff? So I think a minimal amount of regulation is needed in this area. Sam, again, you may disagree, but that's what I...
No, it's a very interesting answer.
And sorry.
Yeah, go for it.
I forgot one more thing. I said Thomas gave us a perfect example. I will not call that like the algorithm bias, because the whole point of this example was that the data set itself was biased. The data set itself, let's say you had 10,000 cases. In those 10,000 cases, 9,000 actually the people who were guilty were black. So the data set itself had the bias at the beginning. It's not about algorithm, somebody training a developer to write something specific. If the data itself is not balanced, it's normal that when you're going to have a training, this as a training set,
Yeah.
You're going to have that sort of bias.
There's 2 points. I think one of the things we haven't mentioned is the use of AI nefariously, and it's already been proven that it's being used nefariously. There's a couple of cases it's happening in China. Mostly totalitarian kind of regimes are using it that way. And I think it's extremely worrying what is happening. I understand why regulation is coming into place. But on the flip side of that, there's obviously the militaries in different countries that are looking at AI and the use of it. Obviously, we can't go into that much. But I think, it always is a worrying part. So I'm just going to go on to the next question. I'd like Ish to answer that one, and then we'll pass it on maybe to Thomas, and then we'll do the rounds. In the near future, the web is in danger from an AI feedback loop. So, as you said, garbage in, garbage out, but this is probably going to intensify over the coming years. So why would you create a website when you can just post on TikTok?
It's a very interesting question. Again, I might be a party pooper here because I don't use TikTok. First thing.
I don't either.
That's okay. We can be friends now.
Does SME use TikTok?
I'm not young enough for
I
that.
like it.
Thing is, you will always find that there are a lot of these companies coming with new sorts of applications, new sorts of tools that are given to you for free. And the value that you see in those applications, you would say, oh, this is awesome. I can just record my video. I don't need to hire a friend to record a super video for me with super effects, because I can do that with just a few clicks. But the amount of information you're giving in return is what is gold for that company. And it's not going to stop here. It's going to become worse and worse and worse. So, and I'm the kind of person from an old school. I do not post everything on Facebook or LinkedIn. I still have my own website where if I need to write a long opinion about something, I'm not going to write that on LinkedIn or Facebook. I'm going to write it on my website, because tomorrow Facebook may close down.
Yep.
It may be sold to China, if not already. No, it's not sold to China yet. It may be sold, and something
That'd be news.
So I still like to have a control over things that I write, and that's one of the reasons I have my blog. But I do understand a lot more people these days are going towards those tools, whether it is TikTok, Instagram, or any other. And unfortunately, I do not see a way of stopping that or convincing people that hey, the internet, instead of putting something elsewhere, you can have your own photo blog hosted by yourself. You have your family pictures and your own albums private to yourselves, instead of having a public family album on Facebook. Everybody sees that. So it's a bit difficult to convince people. I think we've crossed it over now, and there's no going back.
Thomas, do you want to... So I'm just going to pinpoint. TikTok, okay. I mean, invariably, if you want to get a lot of eyeballs today, TikTok's where you go. However, commercial transactions is on none of those platforms so far, and mainly generated, the e-commerce aspect is mainly websites. So maybe in that context...
In context, it's what the topic of my talk is, something that I guess tomorrow some AI could be create our own personal shopper. I mean, if I accept to share my data, who am I, my profile, what I already bought, what I want to buy, what is my clothes style, maybe tomorrow I will have adjunct. I will take, maybe this weekend I'm going to a party, I need a nice suite for the party. And maybe the tool is going to connect, to check what is the weather of the weekend, to connect what is it will ask me what is the style of the party. Is it something formal, friendly, something like that. And they will be proposed to myself directly what I want to do, and maybe it will buy it for me. That's the next step. So I guess it's a tool. But today we already have some tool. When we are going to a website, if I remember of the website and if I accept to share my data, I already have recommendation on this item. For me, it's just the next step of it. It's one and the possibility and one and the near capability of AI to have a personal shopper directly inside the website.
That's a great answer because I used AI to buy my car. So there we go. Sarvesh, do you want to jump on this one as well? I mean, we were talking about AI feedback loop, you know, as you said, garbage in, garbage out, but this seems soon to be an awful cycle, basically.
Well, it brings us back to what we were talking about earlier, kind of. We become dependent in the long run. But think of it's an asset, but at the same time, it can be risky. Like the Americans said, there's no free lunch. We get that all the time. Nothing's ever free. Totally it is. But if we get used to some things, think of shopping, for example. Consumer behavior is something very complex. For each decision you take, let's say you use up some resources of yourself. What's my budget? What I need for something? What do I want to buy? What did I eat? Thought processes happen all the time when we're shopping. So everything you think of uses up one credit. So in the end, you may just end up without enough energy to actually for the decision. If you can delegate these things, well, some of these things to AI, then maybe it's helping you. But then if you delegate all your choices to AI, that's the big question. Should I go get my kids after school? Some people don't want. They become lazy. They can't decide anymore. Sometimes this atrophy, if it's generalized, we have to ask ourselves big question. But again, we have to teach people how to use it. Nothing's inherently good or bad. It depends on the application. You don't teach the person to drive properly, the car becomes a tool to kill people. So teach them how to drive instead of banning the car. No, it's this type of discussion, I think, that we might be having in the future.
Maybe I can just add something to go back. I use AI for some code, but one of the rules that I use to myself is don't use something generated by AI that I can't understand by myself.
Oh, that's a good one. That's really nice. Just before SM speaks, I think Ish allured to that. I read somewhere that Mark Zuckerberg doesn't let his kids use any Meta profiles, Instagram or Facebook, and I find that absolutely baffling.
I think you mentioned TikTok and website, and Mr. Dussautoy, I think he brought a point about this earlier. Now when you go on TikTok, I mean, maybe I'm not that young, by the way, that's a problem sometimes. The web nowadays, it's very different from what it used to be 10 or 20 years ago. Nowadays, I still go to website on my computer sometimes to go and read a book or some academic literature. When I look at people who are slightly younger than me, I notice that they are on a medium such as TikTok. Okay, and when they're on TikTok, I look at them, they're scrolling a lot. It's called scrollability, by the way. Scroll a lot. And they're going to capture an idea in 20 seconds. A video, they're going to look at it in 20 seconds. And like, not like, or whatever. But this is their daily feed in a way. I think you use the word shallow. I'm not trying to say it in a bad way, but you use the word shallow. We might view it as shallow. Okay, this is what younger people are doing. We might say, it's a bit shallow. Why are they looking at all these funny videos or taking decision based on stuff which to us is not really rational in a way. But this is how things are nowadays. Now, this is what people are consuming. For example, I took a look at TikTok, by the way. I'm not on TikTok, I took a look at TikTok. There was this person from Mauritius. I was a bit surprised. The person had 500,000 followers. For Mauritius, I mean, one person, it's not a company, it's not a brand, it's not a government, it's one person. It's nearly like, let's say, 33% of our population. in a way, which is quite fascinating, and people are looking at it. Now, we are talking about TikTok. We see all these videos. Do we know how they work? Because TikTok use what we call the attention economy. Okay, it's based on the attention economy. It's when you look at an image, they are doing statistics, or they're tracking the viewership in such a way that they can know who is looking at this video, for how long, which part of the video caught the person's attention. Is something which, I don't know, Ish, you were coding before. It's something which we could not do before. I mean, let's say it was technically possible, but we did not have the resources in terms of time. In terms of money investment, it was not possible. Nowadays, it's possible. So, when we're talking about WhatsApp and TikTok and all, I don't want to go directly on TikTok. Let's say you're watching TV, okay? You're watching TV, and your TV can know which part of the movie you liked. Which part of the movie you didn't like. Which part of the movie made you sad. Which part of the movie was interesting to somebody with like 20 years old, and which part was not interesting to people of female gender, for example. Okay, and you're capturing all this data. It's a lot of data, by the way. You're capturing all this data, you're putting somewhere, you're putting it in something called AI. I'm going to be very abstract, but you're putting something AI, and AI is going to make this decision and generate videos based on that. Okay, it raises, I think somebody said it earlier in the session before this, it raises a lot of questions in a way. Sorry.
Yeah, we've just come out from the writer's strike in Hollywood, which was kind of, we're going to use what you've been creating and then in perpetuity replicate that through AI means. I think it's a very interesting question. If we had to do that where we work, can a journalist be AI created forever? And what kind of restrictions come with that, or questions we're going to have to be asking ourselves very soon, I think. I'm just going to jump on the next question. So I went to look at the definition of the word job, J-O-B. I noticed a word that caught my attention, which is responsibility. Who is responsible for what exactly in AI? I'll go with Thomas. Okay, the question I'll ask again. So I went to look at the definition of job. Okay. I noticed that one of the words that caught my attention in the definition of job is responsibility.
Okay.
So I think you got it.
So mainly it's maybe a part of the answer that I did before. If I use IE, I have with the responsibility. So if the rule that I apply to myself is don't use something that I can't understand by myself, so I will keep the responsibility. Now it's a right concern that I have is in my company we have a lot of juniors coming, so they are learning. But if they are going to learn with AI, maybe they will lose something and they will start to use some code from AI without the full understanding of what they are doing to. So in details, for me, the responsibility is still the human, because the human takes something and put it in something. So they have human people in the chain of the job and keep the responsibility. Tomorrow, if everything is automatic, so if AI asks AI to generate something that we put in it directly online, for instance, if I'm thinking of some sample just generating a new web page with a new content, so the responsibility, it can't be the AI. For me, it's just in the loop, in the chain, we need to have some quality gap and some gap to check the content, to check that is correct. So today, it should be a human that have to take, okay, it's okay, we can go on production. Tomorrow, maybe in 3 years, maybe there are some, I don't know if in 3 years, we still need a human to check this part. But now the responsibility for me is the people that create the system to take something from AI to go on production. So it will still the owner of the pipeline and not the AI itself.
Further down the line, how are you going to be able to detect that? Like, if you go through X amount of iterations of that, how do you trace it back to, let's say, c'était Tata Pion qui était là, qui a généré ça? That's maybe my question. How, like, through iterations constantly, how do you know who's the creator in the source?
Yes, mainly it's best practice in all the computing system is to trace all the activity to detect who did something.
Wow.
So that too, it's something that we have in all IT system. Each action we have a log, we know what is it. So maybe in a few months we will have special account from IE and we know that it's this system that generated this code, that generated this content.
Gotcha. Yes, do you want to jump on that one?
Not specifically, because
Okay.
I think most of what Thomas said,
It's
I align
correct.
with that.
Fine. Havesh, do you want to say anything on that, the responsibility in AI? I think maybe from a business perspective, I guess, in terms of running a job and doing your job, because I imagine that's changing massively over. More to the point, I mean, I know very little about HR, but I think that's going to be impacted. Massive new contract, everything. Sorry.
Well, definitely changes happen now more frequently than new discoveries. So
Yeah.
back in the days, 50 years to get used to it. Now it's like 5 weeks.
Yeah.
But yeah, things change. But accountability is Mauritius seems to be allergic to accountability. We know that. It's never me, it's always them. But how do we trace that? I mean, maybe the limits, can AI erase the trace? Can AI be held accountable? Is the creator of AI? Or, it's all down the line. Once again, how does it fit into the system? Can we build a structure, a system to encompass everything? At work, for example, you think of, you have the contract, you have the worker, the team, the product, the delivery, and so on. If it's fitting in there, I think that's fine. But if it makes it easier, what happens to the already existing assets? People are there. What do they do? If AI replaces them or just supplements them, helps them, these are the questions that are being asked in the workplace today. Do we create more employment or create more unemployment? So, social responsibility of every employer it's something real. For some, it's an expense.
Have people forgotten that?
That's the risk, actually. Because people tend to seek comfort. Every human being seeks comfort. We all like to be comfortable. That's what drives us. We look for the easiest way possible to make our lives simpler. Find the easiest way. Instead of 5 clicks, it's 3 clicks. Makes our life better. And so on. So this cycle keeps going on and on. But at what point does comfortable get too comfortable? If maybe we just stop making any effort. We take everything for granted. Have we become the machines then? So these types of questions, we are borderline on philosophy with this thing. So it's hard to answer.
SM, a few words, please.
Okay, the question was about.
Okay, I'll repeat the question. It is, who's responsible for AI?
Okay.
More or less.
Yeah, who's responsible for AI in the business?
Well, I suppose it starts from a business and then it's mass market. Is it?
Okay. Okay. I'm on something called a board, by the way. How I would look at it is about, okay, on a board, you know that it's all about
Money.
Yeah, for some it's all about money. For others, it's also about, I think you use a nice word, which is responsibility. Oh, I think that was Thomas. Responsabilité. C'est vous qui avez dit le mot responsable. It's a very, who is responsible? because at the end of the day, in all this debate, I mean, all this discussion, I think we're talking about the car, the example, okay, does the car swerve left or right, who's going to get killed? Who's responsible? I did not write the algorithm for my car. I mean, the car by itself, it went and struck this pedestrian on the left. I could not stop it. There was no buttons on the car to push to for immediate stop and all. Who was responsible? From a, let's say, societal point of view, it's we are going to get into what you call liability. Who's liable for this? We are talking about legal liability. When I put AI in I bought this nice AI product or service. I put it in my business. It runs, it takes decisions. I mean, 99 decisions are great decisions. Then it does one little decision which is not so great. Okay, and this decision, as we say in French, ça enchaîne une série d'événements. Okay, it creates a chain. At the end of the day, it causes a big problem. I can't think of a problem right now. Who's responsible for this? We can't just say, you know, it's easy from a legal point of view. I think the law would not say, okay, it's AI, which means that personne n'était en faute. Okay, because people will want to know who was responsible for what. So it raises legal questions, ethical questions, and also there's the technical aspects as well, which are really not well defined right now. Thank you.
Just so do you think that there needs to be more communication between those things to address, you know, the upcoming AI? I'll give you an example, a really good example actually. Somebody in Mauritius bought one of those new Mercedes cars. I think if anybody knows Mercedes nowadays, it's close to being self-driven, but not yet. One of the problems he's having driving it after a week in Mauritius is his car kept beeping all the time. And that was because Mercedes didn't regulate the car to the local traffic system or signposts and everything. So, exactly. And I think we're going to see a lot of these problems. But it's interesting as well because there's some companies are like, oh, where do you live in Mauritius? You're not ready yet. And I think they already know that to a certain extent. So that's why the responsibility is being more accentuated.
Context.
Yeah, maybe. But then again, it goes back to the question, should it be regulated? So, and even if you're going to regulate it, how are you going to regulate it? Because there's going to be some players that are just like, no, we're not interested. Anyway, so yeah, go for it. I was just going to ask you to intervene.
So I'll add something to the example you mentioned about the car, because similarly, I met a friend who bought a new car with a lot of AI features in the car, and the first thing he did, the first thing he told me when he drove the car and he phoned me, he said, I asked him, how? You bought a very nice car. He said, I was driving.
Translate in English.
Yeah. He said, I could have died. I could have just died. He called me and said that. I said, but it's a new car. What went wrong with the car? He said, all of a sudden the car started decelerating. And he couldn't understand why. Then he called again l'agence, the agency, the car dealership and everything. And then he understood that the car was detecting all those road signage of 60. And every time he's pushing on the gas and the car is bringing it back to 60. Now imagine you're frustrated and you're pushing against that, and every time your car is, coming back to 60. Now, coming to responsibility, whose responsibility was it to tell the person buying a car in Mauritius that you have this and this and this feature, which is not very well gonna work in Mauritius? There was another feature in that car, was that if he's driving and because the car I think has 8 cameras and everything, knows all the lines on the road and everything. So every time he tries to go on the other lane, the car automatically is bringing him back to this lane. Now, You know how
In Mauritius.
You know how we are in Mauritius. We're driving, then we decide we need to turn right.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, there's no car behind, there's no car ahead. We don't even indicate all the drivers, we do this. Now, what could go wrong with Mauritian drivers? So, again, the responsibility, is it the car maker for selling this kind of car in Mauritius because they did not map the area here, understand how Mauritians drive cars, or is it the dealership?
Mm. It's interesting that all the examples are cars, by the way, but I think that's we can regulate that, and it's more dangerous, I suppose.
But I guess
Thomas,
that's
vas-y.
wrong. I'm going to just answer. Did you read the user guide?
It's like the terms and conditions on Apple. Sorry.
You click, I accept.
Exactly, because I think I'm driving, since I've started driving, I've been driving 3 different cars, I've bought 3 different cars, I never read the manual.
Mm.
So I think I represent 99% of Mauritian drivers in Mauritius.
You mean they came with a manual?
So you see,
Okay,
nobody reads.
so I got a new car. I took the manual, put it in AI. Give me a summary, or if I'm looking for something. Anyway, you get the picture. Thomas, do you want a few comments on that example of cars and products in general?
Products generally, so we can, if I'm a bit not really smart, I can consider that AI is like a tool. We told that it's a tool. So if I'm going to consider that as a tool, I can keep, it's like a fire gun. A fire gun, you have some case you can use a fire gun for hunting, for instance. You can use fire gun at home just for playing or just for a game. So it's a thing. So it's a, I don't know the English name for disarmament.
Tu peux dire en français.
Disarmament. So it's like we should use it with a disarmament. And I guess for the next product based on the AI, you will have some user guide with a lot of stuff of text of disclaimer that you can't use it for this. Don't expect to have a perfect answer. Don't expect to have something that is work perfectly at 100%. After that, you bought a product, you use a product, and you have to use a product with this content. And the responsibility will be yours because the product maker told you, not very explicitly, they told you that how you should use it and what you shouldn't do with it.
Okay, I've got 2 more questions, and then we'll pass on to the Q&A session. There's quite a few people. So I'll probably go to SM first. We're anticipating a general election next year. How would you recommend users to spot fake AI-generated content because it's blatantly coming?
I think in English that's what we call a loaded question. I think I read in the press, L'Express, and other newspapers, they were talking about deep fakes. I mean, in Mauritius, there's always something new coming in. Where, I mean, let me give you an example. I think I shared it on Twitter. I was reading an article in FT about how people are using AI-generated images, and I was like, okay, let me try it. Okay, I went to some AI prompt. I typed one sentence, say, create an image, and thus, and it did this in less than 30, maybe 10 or 20 seconds. Okay, it was really easy. I was quite fascinated. The image was very good. It was a poster of a Disney cartoon, by the way. And at first I was very amazed. I was like, okay, it's great. You can do stuff, funny stuff and all. But coming back to elections is where people agree and disagree on some stuff, especially in Mauritius. And nowadays election is also about information. I think you use the word misinformation. There's a lot of information. I think we've seen it. I don't really keep track of local political events because there's AI to discuss about. But let's get back to it. So, what advice would you give? That's, as I said, it's a very difficult question because images can be codes manipulated. Sounds. I was last week I was looking at this, where you can take some text, you put it in some LLM, and it will generate a soundtrack. For example, somebody was showing that how they could make the soundtrack sound like Richard Attenborough. I think you might have heard of him. Okay, it's quite well known, which means that, for example, on this panel, I haven't tried it, so it's very theoretical, but it should be possible for somebody to take this sound recording right now and put it in some, let's call it software, and the voice that come out is Thomas. So I can make Thomas, I can hear somebody like Thomas saying something, or Loic, or any of you. I could see some video of Ish, Loic, any of us. Okay, it's possible. It's doable right now. This is what's happening with AI. This is why in some countries, other countries, you mentioned misinformation. I see a video of this, let's say, well-known politician, without getting to government or opposition, doing some stuff which I consider bad. It will cause a reaction. It will change my views, or maybe my political views of this. This is going to happen. So this is where we get back on that question which you asked earlier. Should AI be regulated? It's not about whether AI should be regulated. It's whether the political, how the politics happen for the election should be regulated. So, for example, do you want, is there any code in Mauritius or law, or cadre légal, comme on dit en français, to label stuff which is AI generated? Should we allow, for example, I know I was reading about Facebook 2 days ago. They don't allow you to use AI generated videos or images for political ads. I think there's a reason for that. Sorry.
Okay. Savesh, do you want to jump in?
Well, misinformation has been here like forever, especially at the bar. But I did a live on that during the COVID period. People were just listening to every single person they can hear of. Overnight experts. Read 2 paragraphs, suddenly they're an expert. I did the piece on that.
Did you try drinking bleach?
Maybe your teeth get white. That's what they said. They said that, not me. But yeah, always check your sources. Don't trust every single thing you read. We have to keep educating the people. But then, many have gotten to a point where they're just so comfortable, so they don't make the effort. Whatever they see, they get face value. Oh, I saw that. Okay, good. Then they start talking about it. And every time we have a blank in our knowledge, we tend to add something. When we add something, it can be from a very valid source, if we have the energy or the willingness to go seek it. If we are lazy, what do? We add it by ourselves. Then we just say, hey, they said that. It's never we said that.
Banangia.
Exactly. Banangia. That's how it goes on. So check your sources. If they said that, tell yourself, maybe they didn't. So what you see is not always real, but we just have to actually that's where the biggest question, I think, for the workforce today, soft skills, critical thinking, and so on. This is the basic mechanism of functioning. We are kind of giving it up because we're having a life that's too easy. So how to understand what's real, what's not real, is based on your knowledge, how you understand. I think the first thing we talked about is how we understand things, how we make meaning of everything we see. So if we can understand what we are seeing, it should be relatively easy, but we just don't take the time to discern between, to make the effort. Is it real, or is it with a specific purpose of misleading me? So these types of questions have to be asked by every single person. That's critical thinking. And that's what we all need to be doing. I think we all do it all the time. We question ourselves and what we see. But that's how we should do to diminish misinformation.
Thomas?
Yes. To write French, I'm expert in critical thinking, like all French. But what I mean, yes, it's something that I'm a bit clear about the fake content, because everything now we can consider a bit like a fake content. For instance, on Instagram, every photo that people post on Instagram are automatically
Filter.
and chance. So it's going to be fake data that is going to feed models, and this model, if for instance I use all the photos from Instagram to detect what is beauty or what is beauty, it will be fake data that's source. So it will generate. And I guess the breakthrough is that tomorrow fake data, today we can create fake data, fake content quite easily. But tomorrow we can do it massively. So tomorrow all this fake content is going to be maybe 90% of the content. So to have a critical thinking and to find the real source of the data over all of its content is going to be very hard. My hope is that I know that Harvard are working right now with some model to detect fake news, for instance, automatically. So I hope that they have some countermeasure with IA to be able people to define what is real, what is fake, what is generated, what is real content. So it's my hope. But we'll see.
Just on that Harvard paper, they published it publicly, I think.
Sorry?
I think they published that Harvard paper publicly. I think I saw something on that.
Yeah.
Anyway, go have a look. It's very interesting, and they go through the methodology of misinformation and why it's going to cost X amount to the world at some stage. It's very interesting-ish. Just on misinformation, maybe to your point, let's say your family member or relative in Mauritius sends you fake local news. How do you react? What do you do?
In Mauritius, it's very easy to find, to check your sources again, because fake local news, if it's not being reported by the news outlets, then take it with a pinch of salt. That's definitely. Somebody shares a photo on WhatsApp for you, you still do not see most of the big media houses talking about that. Probably there's something wrong, or maybe later they're going to talk about it and saying that this thing that was shared by thousands of people in Mauritius was fake. Now, coming to the specific elections part that probably next year is going to happen, thing is that you don't even need misinformation, or even if there is misinformation, people will willingly share it, knowing that it is misinformation. You don't need to tell people that this is fake. They will say, yeah, I know it's fake, but it's funny, share it. Because if we take the example for the last two general elections in Mauritius, 2014.
Yeah, it was a viral video, wasn't it?
Viral video.
Yeah.
Everybody knew that the video was edited, but the music was so good that it was being played all around the island. You go to the seaside, people are playing Virima. Get in the bus, even in the bus that is being played. And the thing is that everything in that video was fake. It was an edited video, but there was a psychology behind that. And it changed a lot of minds in Mauritius at that time, because the psychology of that video was very simple. One specific party made a video about, the opponent, and they used words that each of those in that specific alliance said about each other. And people started realizing, wow, they said that in the past, and maybe they heard it years before, but then they forget it. And then just before election, this video comes with peppy music and reminds you all the words that these people have been saying about each other. So again, it's a fake video, edited video. You don't need to convince people that this video is edited, and people willingly share it because they found it funny, and at the same time they would say, you remember they said this about this and these people. Now we take this example of the second video, like the past general election. Again, it came, I think, just a few days or maybe 1 or 2 weeks before the elections. The video, again, a lot of people knew that this video is edited. It was part of a much longer event. I think a lot of people know that which video I'm talking about. It was famously called Katori, the Katori video. Every people look at the video because there were a few glitches. You know that this was cut from a longer conversation, but then again, it targeted certain people, made them realize certain things. So the whole changing of opinion was not based on fake information or things like that. There was not even AI in that. It was basic video editing, sound editing. And then, but you need to look at the psychology. The way AI is used during general elections in bigger countries, bigger democracies, like
India, Brazil,
or even the United States, we do not need that much of sophistication in Mauritius. Mauritius is a small island. Something happens, within a few minutes, the locality will know. Within the next few minutes, the next villages or towns will know. And within a few hours, the whole island will know. So the thing here is you do not need that much of sophistication as deepfake, for example.
Yeah. So I'm going to flip the question on your answer. Should we promote another viral video to win elections?
Not us, but we should expect it.
Okay.
Expect it's going to happen.
I'm going to stop there because otherwise we're going to go in very dark places very quickly. Ish, so just on va passer à la conversation. We're going to pass the mic. Ish, everyday AI, what are you using?
Okay, at the workplace, I'm using Copilot with GitHub. I'm using AI Assistant with JetBrains IDs. It's still in preview, but I got access to that, so I'm using it. I'm using ChatGPT a lot. Really a lot. And,
more than you anticipated?
Like, not just for work,
okay.
but I think Sarvesh mentioned that earlier, that ChatGPT lets you already have knowledge about something. It lets you enhance that, because instead of taking hours and hours of looking something, you can just drill down to what you actually need. Okay. So that's why ChatGPT for a lot of personal stuff and work, Copilot mostly for work, AI Assistant, JetBrains mostly for work, and Bard, well, I use it just to compare with the rest, and it's still lagging behind. So.
Just really, I'm not going to go, I use pretty much all of them, but I think Google, I thought was very intelligent. They allowed access from Bard to Google Maps or Google Search. I don't know, this is a new feature they've just released, and it works fantastically. Thomas, what are you using?
I use daily ChatGPT almost. I'm not coding so more now, but time to time I try Copilot, but not so much. But mostly ChatGPT. Yeah. And for professional topics and personal topics.
Okay.
I'm an occasional user of ChatGPT, but the main software I use is my mind.
Very good.
Okay, I'm not much of a coder nowadays. I use AWS Whisper. I don't use ChatGPT at all. And you can see sometimes I get a bit intrigued, so I go into Bing. There's this nice feature. I'm not trying to advertise Bing, by the way.
Microsoft.
Microsoft Bing, but I mean, I tried it. No, it's Bing, yeah, the software, and I give it a question like, okay, how does this work? And it spits some answer to me. The answers are, let's say, there's not enough data about Mauritius, which means that I won't use the word bias, but it's not that relevant to me.
Okay. Good stuff. We're going to open it up to questions from the public now. There's a few people that have come in. Hi, people in the back. Hi. Does anybody have any questions? Yeah. Oh, here we go. I'll pass you the mic.
Thanks, Blake. So it will be most about philosophical. So what happened during the COVID is some newborns baby getting difficult to articulate, like to talk, because their mother got the medical mass. So baby was just listening but not seeing the action. So what make a correlation about our newborns, like getting them in the blue ocean of AI, like without knowing why things happen, when and how, because they got a lot of knowledge without knowing the why. So do you have something to say about that?
Sarvesh, that looks like a question for you. I'm really sorry.
Thank you. But yeah, that's kind of, it just brings us to this whole thing. Information when partial is never useful. Just like for the videos, for the elections, for everything we do, if we don't have the full picture, it doesn't help as much. Like, we cover the face, we talk to someone, they hear the voice, but they just don't get the cues because, funnily enough, in communication, the words we use accounts for less than 50% of what we say.
Yeah.
So, I just hide myself, I talk, just have the same effect if I'm here talking to you, body language and so on. So, AI, once again, is at the limit. We still need to learn more. And the more we learn, I guess the better we'll be able to answer this question. But if it's not complete, be careful.
That's okay. Just an anecdote. I read somewhere that I think the new generation of staffers having massive issues in typing, which I thought was very interesting analogy to what you're asking. They've always been on their phones, so typing on the keyboard, and I don't know if you notice, very young people are kind of like, and I'm like, what are you doing? They didn't have Mavis Beacon, or they didn't do years of Mavis Beacon, obviously. That's yeah. Go for it.
Yeah, that's a cycle.
Yeah.
Remember when new computers, adults back in the days, when we were children, they used to type like this.
Yeah.
So children today type like this too. It's a cycle. They came back.
Okay. Anyone else? Any questions? Oh wow. I don't know who's.
I prefer to use this mic
this
because
one.
it will
Go
be
for it.
streamed.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah. So do you think that AGI is going to become a reality? How soon? And is AI going to become sentient in the future?
There you go. Wow. Who's that for? No.
Johan, interesting question. I won't call myself an expert in AI, so I will refer you to the what's out there. Will AGI become a reality? Personal opinion, I would say yes. I mean, and I think that the question was about existential threat.
Will it become sentient? So we know about QStar,
Yeah.
which is has just been leaked.
Yeah.
About what happened, why the CEO was fired. And so
Oh,
on.
the QStar does not. I mean, I saw a lot of Twitter feeds. You know, let's say last week, my Twitter feed. Unfortunately, I'm on Twitter or X now.
It's X now.
Yeah.
By the way.
Yeah, I don't use X emotions
So
because
X
people.
said.
Yeah, X said it was full of this OpenAI drama. So, you know, when we talk about being sentient, it's a very difficult question. It's like this is where we get, we're going to get back to our definition of what is intelligence, what is consciousness, what is sentience. I think there's a movie about it. If you have watched it, it's Bicentennial Man. It's an old movie, by the way. I think maybe there are some sci-fi people here. So now we're talking something which maybe might happen. I won't even say 10 years from now. I mean, it's going something which is going to happen in the far future. A lot of this discussion which we've been saying is not, when we talk about fears of AI and all, it's not about something which will happen tomorrow morning or by the end of this decade in a way. It's more about something which will happen far in the future, but we should start thinking about it because when we look at what we call adoption of technology, technological advances, and now we have what we call ChatGPT and AI and stuff. It's difficult to predict where we are going to be next year. Right now, I will tell you frankly, if you ask me what's going to happen next year, because this is what we're supposed to do in technology, people tell you what's the next nice phone, good phone, or great phone to have, or what's the nice software to have. We should be able to predict what's going to be great next year. I would be very frank with you. I don't know.
Okay. Just on that, there's a film called Her with Joaquin Phoenix. Watch that. It's about a guy that falls in love with his AI. It's very interesting. The other thing I wanted to say as well is I think it is exciting in any perspective. I remember what I was going to say. I think everybody has in his head or his imagination an ideal version of an AI. It's very interesting because you go to anybody and you go, okay, what's your perception of the perfect AI? They know what they're after, which is really interesting. For example, what I grew up with Star Trek. Data for me would be the perfect AI or something like that. But you know, it's good to ask the question because we're going to get there at some stage or another. Any other questions? Yes. Oh, here we go. Sure.
So we are speaking about AI, let's say in professional way, in professional level, but taking into consideration the new generation coming up, and you're starting to hear about prompt engineering and stuff like that going around. Should we normally adapt to AI, or should we try to, because the educational system right now is very like it's just a mess right now, because going out with AI, ChatGPT, open access to everyone. So do we need to tackle the thing at the root, or do we need to make people adapt to it, learn how to use AI? Is that something which needs to come up? What's your opinion about it?
Maybe I can answer. Yes, on my side, I guess that now the box is open. So AI is here, and we have to adapt to it. Now, I'm a bit scared because I have some experiences. So I have some knowledge, I have a lot of information, so I can use AI with discernment. Now, for the young people that are going to grow through AI, they are going to work with someone who is going to help them every day, and we talk about it, but they will have the critical thinking. So we need to have a way to learn the critical thinking before the people start to use AI. I guess it's the main thing. So we need to do it very early in the study. We also need to do it in the first years of professional works to make sure that the people know what they are doing, how they can do it, and why is the most important why, before to use some tool to help them to do it.
Thank you. Ish, do you want to jump into that?
Yeah, I can add something that, see, everything that is being taught to you at the university is purely academic. I'm not saying you're not going to use that knowledge. You're going to use it. It's the basis of everything. But then if you just compare, okay, I'm learning this at the university, I'm going to use this at the workplace, then that's wrong. Because even while you're still at the university or at the college, try to get an internship, go to some workplace, to some companies, see what they are using, how they are using. That will give you a better picture of what you need to know more than what is being taught at the school. This is first thing. Second thing, you mentioned prompt engineering. Understand one thing about these tools called ChatGPT or Copilot or whatever. The answer is only as good as the question. Because garbage in, garbage out. Service mentioned that a few times. If you do not precisely explain your problem to an AI tool, the answer that you're going to get might not be the one that you need to solve the problem. So I'm not going to say, okay, go and learn everything about AI, prompt engineering, or whatever EDX is advertising these days. But no, find a balance between these. All the academic stuff that you learn at the school is important. It will help you grow further. But then there's a gap you need to fill between the school and the workplace. And remember, everything that you've been doing at school, at the workplace, maybe 3-4 semesters is 1 week's job there. So you need to adapt to that kind of life. Yeah.
I would just add some more on that. As a student or as a professional, as anything in the future, maybe try to make sure you can function without it. then use it to help you. Don't rely on it to do the work for you. If you can function independently, then use AI as a tool when needed. It's going to be better for you in terms of learning, in terms of progression, in terms of flexibility, and so on. You're going to learn much more this way. So just a tiny bit to add to everything they said, which was perfect.
No, it was a great question. I'd like to add certification. I'm doing a lot of online courses. Go for the best ones. Don't, the recommended ones, and you're going to get a certificate. Don't just do that. The other part, and I think we haven't mentioned it, is going to college or university or whatever you're doing, is social interaction. It's capital. You won't get any of that behind a computer screen. And I find so many talented young people I meet, social interaction zero. And if you go to work tomorrow, a lot of it is social interaction. Yeah, soft skills. Yeah. Anybody else? Question? There were two. Let's go at the back for a second. So.
Thank you. First of all, great panel and great subject. So, in fact, I've noticed I myself, I'm working in the IT field for quite some time right now. So, my question is more on the psychologically side of the story. I wanted to know what kind of challenges or benefits does the AI pose for the human empathy and maybe emotional understanding?
Nice question. Yeah, it's for you. We all agree it's for you.
Maybe around.
We'll let you start.
Great question. I think we touched a bit on that earlier.
Yeah.
Where, yeah, for sure. We feel things, machines can't feel things. We can define interpretation of feelings. This person seems to be sad. How do I respond to sadness? This person seems to be this way. I should answer this from that choice. So that's programming. But the big challenge is if we start following what AI does, instead of AI doing what we do, are we foregoing our human nature? Are we becoming the machine instead of the machine becoming us? So we should not let go of our identity. We have things machines cannot do. Again, empathy, consciousness, and so on. So we should not always look for the easy answer. That's the lazy answer sometimes. We tend to do that. We seek comfort. So we should not always go for the easiest solution all the time. Question, critical thinking, yet again, same themes. That's the biggest challenge. Don't just do something without thinking.
I think one aspect we haven't mentioned as well, trying to answer your question, is creativity. For me, an AI can only look backwards at data that has happened, but it can't look forwards. And I think that's where, I'm very much looking forward to it. I think that's it. Does anybody want to add anything? I think we're going to have to wrap up here. We're 5 minutes behind. Guys, thank you. Thanks for the panel. They've been excellent. Thank you guys for coming and listening to us. And I hope to see you again soon. And thank you to Prodigious for having us as well in this conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much to everybody here. Thank you very much to this very wonderful panel. This gives us a very good opportunity to hope to see you next year. And I will leave a word to Mr. Vishwadev also, who has organized helped this PGD conference.
As usual.
So thank you very much to the people who has come, of course. And we need more for next year because we have already invited a so great panel, as already said. So I wish you a very good Saturday and thank you very much to everybody.
Thank you very much for the panel and everyone for joining us today. And as usual, I'm going to give one gift to someone who is going to answer a simple question. If you can mention about COBOL. Who knows the meaning of COBOL? Yes.
Common business-oriented language.
You got it.
Thank you.
It's not everyone is going to recall that, but I guess you got the right answer. Anyone wants to add something before we go for the networking? Anyone? No. Okay, so I just to close, I have a small question I wanted to ask Sharvish, but didn't get the time. We had a benchmark IQ test being used for people for some time. It's debatable how effective it is or it was. Is it still valid? First part. Is it going to be valid with AI? And then how we are going to create a similar test for AI systems. Like to say, this AI is more intelligent. The other one is more intelligent. Whatever the purpose. How do you feel about it?
That's a very good question. We need a 3-week conference for that. But yeah, IQ has long been used as, I'm going to use some very, very simple terms, very general, not scientifically accurate. It's kind of the quantity of intelligence someone has, in a way. It's the capacity of someone to do something. Lots of volume means they can do more. Then in this volume, there are different types of intelligence. So it's not just the general quantity, then different segments allocated to different things. So among this, we have the emotional one, the artistic one, logistic ones, numerical ones, and so on. So the benchmark is how much they have, not how much they use. So this is simple. That's one maybe flaw of this system. Because we might say today, EQ is much more useful than IQ in a way, because we deal with people all the time. But this has its limits also, because you have lots of EQ, but don't have the skill to do something. That's something. So it's not a black or white answer. Again, the context will come into the situation. Based on what type of person you need, for what, how they're doing it. It's a combination of factors all the time for this answer. In terms of AI, we probably might need to define this thing more into, again, the use and the applications. Maybe in terms of AI, how to evaluate it, I will leave SM to answer that.
No, maybe I can add.
Oh, you can do it? Okay.
And the product that we build with Castorama, we have an issue, we can't test it because it's not a predictable issue. So what we did is just to take a panel of users and only one question. Are you happy with the conversations that you have with the AI? That's it. It was the only question, and we made some different tests with some different versions, just to have a cursor, pretty good cursor, and that's it.
Good. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we arrive at the end of our event. We are moving for the networking sessions. I invite you all to join us on the second floor during the networking, and maybe we're going to ask a few more questions to the people informally. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Big applause.